All right, folks, welcome back. We are live with another bone crushing episode of analysis. We're going to be finishing off, hopefully, the analysis for Destiny's reaction to Professor Dave's propaganda video titled Destiny Loves Genocide. And I'm calling it a propaganda video because I did about 20 hours of analysis, and I checked that analysis. I ran an audit of the analysis, and I think I'm fully justified in calling this video propaganda by Dave. And tomorrow I'm going to be live streaming that actual audit and analysis, the PDF that I've created, which will be publicly available for anyone who wants to take a look at it. But yeah, just, this was a piece of content from Professor Dave that I think has shocked a lot of people in the Pangburn universe and other people I've spoken to. And they generally feel that it's way out of character for Dave to release a video like this that has so much misinformation in it and half truths and that same kind of feel of not caring about epistemic rigor, what is actually true, was factual, but trying to convince someone of a narrative. And I think that's what this video is, and it's turned into quite the phenomena. So I'm just going to quickly do my shares here, and then we'll get started. I first need to, I always forget to, because I stream directly from OBS. And there doesn't seem to way for me to automatically have my live streams turn on to be monetized. So I'm doing it manually, but I think I can set that up as a default in my YouTube studio. I just haven't done that yet. Let's copy that. Perfect. Alrighty. All right. Let's hit up X and then we'll get going. He's back. What up, Piggy Sue? Okay. Let's put that there. Let's put that up here. Yeah, I think we're getting close to hour 30. um Pern. Yep, that's what they call me in these parts in Mexico. All right. Boom. We're going to hop right into this. Let's get her done. Check, check.
Only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This is in direct
Fuck, this is an AI answer too, right?
response to requests from Israel's cyber unit.
In 2025, an investigation published by DropSite found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year,
Like, it is really crazy too that Professor Dave does like these super high quality science debunking videos of flat earthers and shit, and that comment in YouTube chat was true. He's using as his sourcing the same type of slop shit that conspiracy theorists that he argues against would use. Like, here is a TikTok video that has the spooky music and everything in the background playing while it gives you the opinion that you're supposed to have. It's like, Jesus.
found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, the intercept.
I wonder if it's actually a TikTok video. Let me see if I can use my screenshotting to identify
Ability
this.
is altered such that it is seen only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This
I went back too far.
is in direct
Fuck, this is an AI answer too, right?
response to requests from Israel's cyber unit.
In 2025, an investigation published by DropSite.
Let me see. This will be a really hard ask for my system, even though I have 6 agents working. I really want to know if we can verify that this is actually TikTok. Someone says debunking this was too tiresome for Loner Box. Well, power up, Buttercup. Got to power up, man. Got to do it. Identify. I don't expect this to be, for me to be able to determine from the screenshot whether this is actually a TikTok video. It's just me being hyper anal. Can I say that on YouTube? What up, everyone? Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room here. I just spent a good hour and a half playing at the park with my son, so I'm like pumped up. I'm in a very playful mood now. But he was unable to tire me out. I'm still ready to go.
Found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year,
Like, it is really crazy too that Professor Dave does like these super high quality science debunking videos of flat earthers and shit, and that comment in YouTube chat was true. He's using as his sourcing the same type of slop shit that conspiracy theorists that he argues against would use. Like, here is a TikTok.
Ooh, someone said Loner gave it a good shot, but after 15 minutes, he correctly determined it to be all garbage. Well, then he made a very poor epistemic conclusion, because the video is not all garbage. There's factual information in the video, but it takes a lot of patience and time and energy to actually go through and figure out how much of it is misinformation, whether the majority is propaganda, all of these things that I think a video like this requires epistemic due seriousness. And people shouldn't just quit if this is the kind of thing they like to do. hand waving it away as all garbage is epistemically lazy, just lazy in general.
Video that has the spooky music and everything in the background playing while it gives you the opinion that you're supposed to have. It's like, Jesus.
Found that Mera complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
In fact, if anyone has Loner's video, I think I might want to do an analysis on Loner's video. Because I would be curious as to see what he caught or what he hand waved away. If he did a good job for the 15 minutes he stuck around for.
And we heard, frankly,
Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
and we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. You know, so like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, you know, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these.
At Destiny, you have repeatedly over and over again denounced the claim of genocide because of some arbitrary distinction you have internally. The arbitrary distinction that you're talking about is the law in which genocide is usually considered. And the question is whether or not Israel has like a special intention to destroy like the Palestinian people in whole or some part. But you have to draw a distinction between a war and a genocide. I've never in my entire life heard lefties draw that distinction. Find me a single one that has talked about what acceptable military actions would be between Israel and Gaza, and I'll take you seriously. I've never seen a single one, ever.
Let's find some. Let's see if we can find some. For Steve.
Frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. You know, so like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, you know, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these.
At Destiny, you have repeatedly over and over again denounced the claim of genocide because of some arbitrary distinction you have internally. The arbitrary distinction that you're talking about is the law in which genocide is usually considered. And the question is whether or not Israel has like a special intention to destroy like the Palestinian people in whole or some part. But you have to draw a distinction between a war and a genocide. I've never in my entire life heard lefties draw that distinction. Find me a single one that has talked about what acceptable military actions would be between Israel and Gaza, and I'll take you seriously. I've never seen a single one, ever. On October 7th, it was bad to go to war with Gaza, so.
Consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Okay, this is an interesting question. Drop site news investigation. I'm still looking for that video that was called a TikTok video. Leaked data reveals massive Israeli campaign. It was published April 11th, 2025 by Wakas Ahmed, Nicholas Rodello, Ryan Grimm, and Murtaza Hussein. The article, okay, that's about the article. I'm going to branch this. Okay, interesting. Okay. Why the delay? There we go. Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for being with me today. Thanking Joe. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Destiny claims of rape are not worth engaging with because it's all pally slop from tankies who want to cry systemic rape. LOL. No evidence of sexual assault at all. It's Pally Slop. Thanks for backing D-Man, DDGL. Let me investigate that claim. If Destiny says claims of rape are not worth engaging with, then that's just wrong. That's an unethical stance, if in fact that's his stance. But it's regarded because it's all Pally Slop from Tankies Who Want to Cry. Yeah, let me fact check that. My system's kind of being a bit slow tonight, maybe because it's Saturday. Yeah, it's probably not TikTok. That video that's Destiny said was a TikTok video. Maybe he's using that in a like hyperbolic way. It's like it's all TikTok. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be TikTok. Let's see if I can quit some programs here. Are you going to sleep, my love? Okay. Give me a kissy. Give daddy a kissy. I love you. Again, have a good sleep, okay? I love you. That's daddy's dinner. Love you. All right. All right, calling up a few things here. Okay, we dealt with that. Almost certainly wasn't a TikTok video. I can hear my computer kicking into overdrive there. So 0 drop frames though tonight, which is pretty epic. Someone said Dave's critiques were not the right commentary. Yeah, I mean, like, what you need to do is be rigorous epistemically, make sure that you have a high resolution view of actually what's going on in reality, and then give your normative, ethical, moral stances on what's going on. But make sure you also, it's clear to people what your ethical standards are. Like I use well-being, physical, mental, and social health as a moral metric. That's how I measure good, bad, right, and wrong in the world. And like in a video that was so charged with moral righteousness on Dave's part, you would think you would articulate, if you know how to, your moral standards, your moral metrics. But that just adds to the low resolution, the low resolutionness of that video. So does Destiny claim this? Not as written. The text does not read like a direct Destiny quotation, and I cannot verify that he said what the whoever gave the super chat. D-Man refers to Destiny in the third person. We know that. So the passage appears to be a fan or critic summarizing Destiny's perceived position, possibly sarcastically. Not Destiny speaking about himself. What can presently be said? There's no primary source, clip, or transcript in which Destiny says no evidence of sexual assault at all. It is all pally slop, or rape claims are not worth engaging with. I think I remember at some point earlier on in this, there was a claim of all pally slop, and I think I smacked that one down. And then, of course, if the claim is there is no evidence of sexual assault at all, that would just be factually false. A 2026 UN report said it had verified multiple incidents against Palestinians involving rape, gang rape, attempted rape, penetration with objects, genital violence, forced nudity, and threats of rape by Israeli armed and security personnel. It described continuing patterns of conflict-related sexual violence while acknowledging that access restrictions prevented a comprehensive count. So maybe this will be challenged in our highest court, but so far there's substantial and independently documented evidence that sexual assaults have occurred by Israelis against Palestinians. All right. What was this other thing I was looking at? No, I don't need that. Sorry, I'm kind of eating my dinner at the same time right now. I will be done soon, I promise. Examples of left-wingers who have talked about acceptable ways of conducting war in Gaza. Bernie Sanders. I think Destiny would probably consider Bernie Sanders a lefty. Maybe, maybe not. Sanders repeatedly said Israel had a right to pursue Hamas. His proposed distinction was between targeted warfare against Hamas and, quote, total warfare against Gaza's population. He said Israel could continue going after Hamas, but should dramatically change tactics, avoid bombing an entire neighborhood, to kill one Hamas lieutenant, permit major humanitarian relief, and avoid permanently occupying Gaza. His position was essentially target Hamas and its military capacity, but use much more discriminating force and protect the civilian population. And I agree with that. I agree with Bernie Sanders there. AOC expressly said that Israel has a right to self-defense. She argued, however, that collective punishment, I'm sure he would consider AOC a lefty, that collective punishment, including depriving civilians of water, food, and electricity, does not qualify as legitimate defense. She also questioned whether the bombing campaign was actually dismantling Hamas in proportion to the civilian harm it produced. Decent question. She did not provide a detailed battlefield plan, but her acceptable framework was clear. Military action against Hamas may be permissible. Collective punishment, indiscriminate methods, and excessive civilian harm are not. I still prefer Bernie Sanders' framing there. Elizabeth Warren. Warren stated that Israel had both a right to protect its citizens from Hamas and an obligation to protect Palestinian civilians. She supported assistance tied to a viable strategy to degrade Hamas, release hostages, comply with international law, permit humanitarian aid, and advance a post-war political settlement. She opposed the existing large-scale bombing campaign rather than claiming that no military response could ever be legitimate. I think that's decent. Peter Beinart, progressive Jewish writer Peter Beinart, I think it's Beinart, proposed one of the clearest alternatives. He advocated a much more limited military response, focusing on those responsible for October 7 attack, not treating the entire Gazan population as the target, combining limited force with a political strategy designed to weaken Hamas by strengthening legitimate Palestinian alternatives. This is explicitly a proposal for permissible military action, not absolute pacifism. Yeah, I mean, when I think about this direction as a moral well-beingist, obviously this is easier said than done. Easier said than done with what I think the IDF had to deal with regards to hunting Hamas. And, some of this would rely on Palestinians being open to negotiating, open to working with Israeli authorities and the IDF to, point the finger at those responsible for the October 7th attack. Are there high chances of that happening? Is that a realistic strategy based on some of the polling results? I'm not so sure about that. But I think counter to Destiny's point here, quote, lefties do talk about this stuff and have proposed things about this. I just want to make sure I get his quote right there.
The spooky music and everything in the background playing while it gives you the opinion that you're supposed to have. It's like, Jesus.
Found that Mera complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly,
Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. So like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these...
At Destiny, you have repeatedly over and over again denounced the claim of genocide because of some arbitrary distinction you have internally. The arbitrary distinction that you're talking about is the law in which genocide is usually considered. And the question is whether or not Israel has like a special intention to destroy like the Palestinian people in whole or some part. But you have to draw a distinction between a war and a genocide. I've never in my entire life heard lefties draw that distinction.
So I think we just heard a bunch of lefty leaders draw that distinction. So surely there would be a lot of people who would agree with Bernie Sanders' take, who are lefties, or AOC's take, etc. So I think Stephen's just wrong about that one. Someone said, you are correct. He is not talking about left-wing politicians. Yeah, but that trickles down, right? There will be Bernie Sanders lovers and followers who are lefties who, of course, agree with Bernie Sanders on that, right? Then if you say, well, I'm not hearing from them, well, go to a Bernie Sanders page on Facebook when he said that stuff. Surely you'll be able to hear people saying that. And I understand Desi saying he's not hearing people say that. And I think he says, show me.
Find me a single one that has talked about what acceptable military actions would be between Israel and Gaza, and I'll take you seriously. I've never seen a single one, ever.
Yeah, so I would just point him in the direction of like a Bernie or bust person, and then, get them to look at the clip, see if they agree. So yeah, I mean, it could be just simply for a lack of listening in the right places for Stephen, but yeah, he may in fact have not seen one or heard one from quote unquote lefties.
On October 7th, it was bad to go to war with Gaza. So
on October 7th, it was bad to go to war with Gaza. maybe some would have thought that. Let's double check that claim.
Consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government? Ponder that. Then, of course, there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform where young people were most consistently learning about Israel's war crimes, so the Zionist lobby decided to put a stop to that. Ellison has long-standing personal and political ties with Israeli leaders.
It wouldn't surprise me if the TikTok stuff has changed a lot. But it also wouldn't surprise me if it was super ultra pro pushed on the other side, because China was the owner of TikTok before that. But like he even admits here that TikTok, which was probably the largest way that young people get news disseminated to them, was rampantly pro-Palestinian, like crazy pro-Palestinian.
We did see that there was more pro-Palestinian content, but we looked at those metrics, but that doesn't mean TikTok itself as an organization is pro-Palestinian. There was more pro-Palestinian content, right? That doesn't mean it's TikTok. And also Larry Ellison, you know, we demonstrated did not outright purchase TikTok. There was, you know, he became, you know, a part owner, but there's this kind of conspiracy theory about Larry Ellison that Dave tries to paint throughout this whole thing that, you know, for the most part just gets debunked by me in the first 3 live stream videos. For anyone that's not aware of what I'm doing with this particular live stream and this video, is I'm specifically focusing on Destiny's reactions to the videos. I've already done about 20 hours of analysis to get through the entire Dave Farina video on the first 3 live streams. So.
And he has personally donated tens of millions of dollars to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly banned, in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically, and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech.
That's not how encryption or anything works whatsoever. Maybe they can track location, maybe? I'm trying to think of how that would work, maybe. If you had 3 of them, would you need to triangulate? But okay. With the exception of there being some 0 days, okay.
Deconnect automatically, and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens in American streets. A foreign company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens, but also the details of how American law enforcement surveils its population. And the contracts are redacted. Nobody can see what data is being collected, why it's being...
Everything tied to Israel is evil, yes, for all of these people. Every single thing. This is why the BDS thing and everything is so important. They have to... Every AIPAC-related thing, every Jew-related thing, every Zionist-related thing, every Israel-related thing, whether it's a company or a person who serves on a board of one thing and another thing, like all of these things are fair game for these people, yes. Professor Dave is complaining that you yourself personally have not reached out to debate him in the comments. He might have said that, but Pangburn, who is a mutual contact of ours, says he reached out, and Professor Dave said no. I sent him a message on Instagram. He hasn't responded. Like, obviously, I debate anybody on, especially Israel-Palestine.
That is true. Destiny is telling the truth about that. For those of you who don't know, I've offered Dave this debate twice. One of them, my kind of last ditch pitch effort, which I think is an awesome model. I'm going to start using this a lot more. But I think we would easily be able to raise $1 million that could be directly donated to assist Palestinian children who are in desperate need. And when I sent that offer, and this would be between all 3 of our platforms, it would be an easy goal. My Pangburn AI system told me that a conservative number would be $2 or $3 million for that debate, what we could raise. But I said, I think, to Dave that we could raise $1 million. And Dave said, basically absolutely not. And then eventually when Dave saw my initial transcript fact check of his video, he then sent me an email and said that him and I can't work together anymore. He said the stuff I had said in the video was bullshit. And he said, and also, and I'm not interested in your fake $1 million for charity offer, which it wasn't fake. I've given the same offer except for $5 million for us to raise $5 million to get Destiny and Hassan together to do a debate. This is not new to do charity events, to do charity boxing matches, to do charity golf rounds in sports and entertainment with entertainers and famous people, get them together to do things to raise money. I think this is what we should be doing in the war of ideas, in the debate world, all of this stuff. I think it's there's just such an opportunity to raise so much money, and we should be doing it. So I'm going to be sending these offers out more, but Hassan and Dave, you should be, sucking it up for one night. Let's raise $1 million. Let's raise $5 million. Let's raise $6 million together and send it all to Palestinian Children Aid. Let's do it. I mean, suck it up for a night. Destiny has already agreed. Let's just do it. If you don't want to work with me, I will completely remove myself from all of it. I just think it should be done. I think it's the right thing to do. And you don't have to agree to have a debate. It can just be a sit-down conversation. It could just be Q&A with audience, whatever. Just get them together in the same place and let them have a bit of exchange, and people will be happy to support that charity event. So yeah, that's where I'm at with regards to those offers. Cool.
It should also tell you something that...
Oh, there was something I wanted to read. So Destiny just said, basically paraphrasing, on October 7th for lefties, it was automatically bad to go to war with Gaza. So it's an overgeneralization with a small kernel of truth. So what is true? A significant section of anti-war and socialist left opposed an Israeli war in Gaza almost immediately. On October 7th, the Democratic Socialists of America attributed the eruption of violence to Israel's occupation and apartheid system, called for an end to violence, and urged opposition to U.S. support for Israel. On October 9th, AOC condemned Hamas in the strongest possible terms, but called for an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation. Some left-wing people regarded a major Gaza war as unacceptable from the outset because they predicted fighting a powerful military campaign inside a blockaded, densely populated civilian territory would inevitably produce collective punishment and enormous civilian casualties. That position was not necessarily equivalent to approving of Hamas or denying Israel any right to protect its population. What is false, it was not simply the position of, quote, lefties as a whole, that any military response was automatically wrong. Bernie Sanders explicitly said Israel had the, quote, absolute right to defend itself. We went through that, and later stated that Israel had the right to go after Hamas, while distinguishing that from indiscriminate warfare against Gaza's civilians. Pramila Jayapal likewise condemned Hamas, reaffirmed Israel's right to defend itself, and said that Hamas, quote, can and must be stopped, while arguing that this should be done without killing thousands of civilians. Yeah. These were prominent progressive politicians, not centrists or conservatives. Their position was not Israel must do nothing. It was Israel may defend itself and pursue Hamas, but its methods must comply with international law and distinguish Hamas from Gaza's civilian population. The wording war with Gaza does matter here. Saying Israel was going to war with Gaza treats an entire territory and its approximately 2 million residents as the opposing belligerent. Many left-wing critics rejected precisely that framing. They distinguished war against Hamas, an organized armed group, with war against Gaza, implying broad violence against the territory and population. Sanders eventually stated this distinction almost verbatim. Israel had a right to go to war against Hamas, but not against innocent Palestinians, which I agree with Bernie Sanders there. That distinction is also legally meaningful. Civilians do not become legitimate targets because an armed group governing or operating in their territory attacks another country. All right. I'm gonna close that window. Now we're kind of better internet. Someone said, "Goddamn, tagging is so hard on mobile." What up, everyone? Welcome back. Make sure you take a second to hit that like button. It helps spread this stream to more people, more ears.
This guy is like one of the most avid debaters on the fucking planet, as much as me, if not more, when it comes to the flat earth shit. But he won't talk to me on this subject. So,
yeah, I think it's a weird posture from Dave, not to accept a debate with Destiny. He should. We should raise money, or they can raise money doing it somewhere else. I think that would be that's the right thing to do. And considering Dave is a guy that is, always, he's called out on many occasions that I've seen that people should be debating things that where he thinks like mass misinformation and propaganda is being spewed, and I'm sure he would think Destiny is one of those people. So yeah, it's very weird.
Collected, how long it's kept, or who has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to be doing it here is fucking insane. What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen to Americans tomorrow, we only need to look at what Israel is doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine
like this
guns.
Kind of harken to your point of like, you are scared of the space sometimes because people are saying like the most radical, crazy shit, and like, someone who really does believe that like this is going on, like this video could push them to doing like a violent act.
yeah, of course. I mean, that's in a way, kind of the point, right? You had terrorists that attacked the Royal Air Force Base in the United Kingdom. There were planes of stuff going to fucking Ukraine, but they attacked it. Yeah. By the way, that terrorist attack, Hassan literally cheered on. He watched it on his stream and he cheered on this terrorist attack. Those are a terrorist designated organization. That enough is a reason to never let Hassan into the United Kingdom forever, by the way, in my opinion.
Has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to be doing it here is fucking insane. What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen to Americans tomorrow, we only need to look at what Israel is doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine
like
guns.
Kind of harken to your point of like, you are scared of the space sometimes because people are saying like the most radical, crazy shit, and like, someone who really does believe that like this is going on, like this video could push them to doing like a violent act.
I want to run a history of videos like Dave's. Yeah, something to keep in mind in Dave's video is he's not calling for people to be violent, right? That's important.
Act.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's in a way, kind of the point, right? You had terrorists that attacked the Royal Air Force Base in the United Kingdom.
Oh yeah, let's look at that. I remember this.
There were planes of stuff going to fucking Ukraine, but they attacked it.
Yeah.
By the way, that terrorist attack, Hassan literally cheered on. He watched it.
Let's see. Lots to check here.
On his stream, and he cheered on this terrorist attack. Those are a terrorist designated organization. That enough is a reason to never let Hassan into the United Kingdom forever, by the way, in my opinion. And then you have like the burn dipshit guy, the guy who set himself on fire outside of whatever. You had the DC shooter, I think, that shot and killed the two. One I think was a Jewish person, one was an Israeli coming out of the embassy, I think. Yeah.
Are being
And then
used
how
to
do
murder
those
Gaza.
how do those other two connect to the question the other person on the call with Destiny what they were saying? I didn't really see how that all tied together, but regardless. Eh. My system's a bit laggy tonight. Okay. So there's a well-documented history of propaganda contributing to real-world violence. Videos and broadcasts that repeatedly dehumanize a group, like Zionists, assign collective guilt, spread conspiracies, and portray that group as an existential enemy, can help create an environment in which violence becomes more acceptable. Dave's video does contain some of those risk factors, but it does not contain the kind of explicit operational instructions seen in the clearest historical cases of criminal incitement. So I don't think there's any incitement by Dave in the video, but that level of hate and vitriol towards either Israel or Zionists, there is, of course, heightened risk when you put out material like that, let's say people who are mentally unwell and also are attached to, the anti-Zionist position, the anti-Israel position, and sometimes that can be conflated with, okay, well, the majority of Jews would accept the Zionist label. So basically, if I go out and do something to a Jew, I'm most probably, or maybe I'll ask him first if they're a Zionist, I'm most probably dealing with a Zionist. And, it's been demonstrated that Zionists are the same as Nazis, right? So now that means, you got to be really careful with this kind of content that is so charged and lacks a clear factual picture of what's actually going on in reality. You're really doing a disservice to people when you put out things like this, especially with how charged Dave's video. I mean, putting up images that would have been used during Nazi Germany, like the merchant image that Dave used in his video, equating the Israeli flag to the Nazi flag on multiple occasions in the video. Like, there is a much clearer pathway to violence through the kind of video that Dave produced, this propaganda piece, than if Dave was to produce an epistemically responsible video that dealt with the holistic picture of the facts, not just the facts that serve, Israel evil, equivalent to Nazis, Zionists or Nazis, not just that, but showing that these are the actual facts, and then here are my opinions based on those actual facts. Much less clear path in a video like that towards violence. So all right.
UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next? Major intersections in American cities to protect all the patriots from dangerous Antifa? Jesus. Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun. Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully protesting. Countless supporters of Palestine have been arrested under such pretenses already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison.
So the issue relating to the terrorist attack, when the terrorists attacked the Royal Air Force Base, the question was, did Hassan cheer that on during a live stream? Yes, in substance, Hassan Piker reacted approvingly to the RAF Bryce Norton sabotage during a live stream. Quote, he cheered a terrorist attack on RAF base is loaded and omits important context. In the segment, Hassan characterized the aircraft as British aircraft supplying munitions to an ongoing genocide, and sarcastically responded to the disrupting those operations. Oh, not good. He also mocked the outrage by referring to the planes as, quote, Jewish airplanes, and saying that critics apparently lived in the Cars universe, where airplanes are real human beings. The preserved transcript also records him describing Palestine action approvingly as dope and treating his sabotage as a legitimate form of disruptive action. So the quote, Hassan approved of and rhetorically celebrated the action, is fair. He was not neutrally reporting it. However, 3 qualifications matter here. Number 1, no person was attacked or injured in the Bryce Norton incident. 2 activists entered the base at night, sprayed red paint into 2 Voyager aircraft engines, and reportedly used crowbars. Initial reporting said planned flights were not disrupted. It was serious criminal sabotage and a major security breach, but not an attack on civilians or personnel. Palestine action was not yet proscribed when the incident occurred. The British government subsequently banned it under terrorism legislation in July 2025. It remains on the official proscribed organizations list. The accused activists have not yet been convicted as terrorists for this incident. They have pleaded not guilty, and the trial is scheduled for 2027. Calling each individual a terrorist as an adjudicated fact is therefore premature. So the best verdict here is that Hassan did enthusiastically defend and mock criticism of Palestine action sabotage of RAF aircraft. Describing that as cheering it on is substantially accurate. Describing it as cheering the attempted killing of people would be false. If anyone's saying that, the action he approved was destructive property sabotage against military aircraft. Whether the sabotage properly deserves the legal label terrorism is contested politically, although Palestine Action is currently legally proscribed as a terrorist organization in the UK. So, haven't been charged with terrorism yet, but we'll see what happens in 2027. All right.
One of them wasn't even at the fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlets. And yet they will spend their lives in jail. Why? To establish precedent for labeling the activity of individual protesters as part of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric.
So Destiny, in how he's taking in this video, he is missing a lot of like checking this stuff. You know, he's objected to some things he might be familiar with. There were a few things that went by there, you know, for example, that that quote unquote ICE protest, that person who apparently was just moving a box. This was helping facilitate domestic terrorism. We went through this in great detail in the first 3 videos. So there are things that Destiny is missing. But you know, he's catching some of the stuff.
And cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals?
I agree that the left may amplify the perceived image of the conflict, but you certainly downplay it so much, it's hard to take you serious. No, you downplay it, you fucking retard. When you guys act like Israel is the only bad actor in the...
No, don't attack people directly, personally. Attack their arguments. Much wiser. I harp at this all the time because you're going to cause people to go into identity defense, which is going, and people who agree with that person to go into identity defense. They will become more cognitively rigid. This is like all known very clearly with regards to our best modeling in cognitive science. If you're engaging in some kind of political project where you think it's important for people to understand your perspective, to have a good grasp on the factual information, and let's assume you think you have the factual information, you don't want to push people into cognitive rigidity. You want to push them in the direction of cognitive flexibility, much healthier state of mind, much more open to update. But when you do attack people like that, it causes them to much higher chances to cause them to become cognitively rigid. So in general, it's not a wise thing to do with regards to any really discernible purposes that would be connected to anyone that has a political project. So, you know, so what I'm saying is that it's irrational, almost certainly to Destiny's purposes, to attack the person as opposed to just focusing and attacking the argument.
Region, you downplay it because you don't give a fuck about Arabs. You only give a fuck about Jews. That's why you don't have anything to say about the 500,000 fucking people that were killed under Assad and Hezbollah's watch. That's why you don't give a fuck about the fact that even Norway, other countries had to pull out of giving aid in fucking Yemen to the starving fucking children because of Houthis.
So, and who is he talking to? You don't care about this. You don't care about that. Who's he talking to? Is he talking to a monolith? Is he talking to a generalized archetype? You know, who's he talking to, right? want to do specific examples.
Were literally killing aid deliverers and taking it all. That's why none of you guys give a fuck about anything that happened in Iraq under Saddam Hussein. None of you give a fuck about why do so many Arabs, especially in Kuwait, all of the Arabs fucking hated the Palestinians because fucking Yasser Arafat supported Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf War. There are so many issues over and over again, but you guys don't give a fuck about literally anything except for Jews. And they're like, I'm the only one that cares because this is the only conflict I've ever even remotely looked at in my life, and I'm calling it a genocide. And the fact that you will call it a genocide means you don't fucking care. You don't give a fuck, bro. You don't give a fuck because nothing here is going to be solved the way that you want it to be. There is no solution. You know that, I guess, right? Because it's so stupid. It's so annoying that a bunch of people that know nothing about this come in and then fucking virtue signal over some shit that you don't know anything about or give a fuck about. Right now.
Well, he doesn't know if that's that person who made that comment, right? It's kind of getting a bit into Dave's modality here when Destiny starts flipping out a bit. Just lots of overgeneralization, kind of targeting a monolith, not the individual asking questions, kind of a rant. And there's a lot of ranting in Dave's video.
Whatever solution exists for these people, there has to be immense political pressure, probably, from the United States of America, and it has to be a solution that both sides are willing to accept. But you guys think you can just wipe the fucking Jew rat off the planet, you don't have to give a fuck about it, and then never deal with it again, and whatever, but you're retarded. What do you want me to say?
But then he's grafting that onto you guys. You want to wipe the Jew rat from off the planet. That would be, I think, a very extreme anti-Semitic position. And I don't know where Destiny's mind is at with regards to, do you think all the hyper pro-Palestinian people feel that way? When they say things, from the river to the sea, these kinds of statements. I'd be curious to talk to Destiny about that. And at some point, Stephen and I will surely get together and have a detailed, in-depth dialectic on this entire issue.
What do you want me to say? You're retarded.
Individuals with zero.
If you want to follow this line of question.
It's better if he says, what do you want me to say? What you're saying is retarded. Completely fine with that. Much less chance of causing cognitive rigidity in the receiver of that comment or claim or attack.
Show me a single fucking person that's ever dealt with this line of questioning. Okay, you want to erase the Jewish protected majority part of Israel and you want to make it a one-state solution. Okay, fine. Do you accept the Palestinian right of return to Israel? It's been the one thing that they've never put on paper that they would negotiate anywhere in all of Israeli-Palestinian negotiation history. If you do accept that they're going to have the infinite right of return, which they would of course argue for, none of the Palestinians surrounding them in Lebanon and Syria, in Jordan, none of them have been given citizenship in any other Arab country because they're not allowed to, because they have to keep them as refugees. When they go back to Israel, Jewish people will be a minority. At that point, when it's 60-40 Arabs to Jews, do you expect there to be violence? Do you expect there to be genocidal behavior? Or do you think that this is going to be the only Arab state on the planet that's going to handle a massive Jewish population that won't have any issues with them? And then...
Yeah, I mean, Stephen's pontificating and expressing the difficulty of coming up with an actual solution here. That, by the way, should never be called the final solution.
When violence does happen, because it will, if it does happen, do you think that the international community is going to come to help the Jew, who they're going to blame for all the violence anyway, saying that it was their unilateral evilness towards... Because in your mind, if the only thing that's ever happened is Israel committing apartheid and ethnic cleansing and genocide for...
We need to stop saying these people, you people, those people, the left, the right, the overgeneralization, fallacious way of thinking about humanity. It's low resolution thinking. Better to... There's wisdom and there's more epistemic rigor in specificity. So we want to move towards giving specific examples. And, Stephen and Dave both are well known for being specific when it comes to things. But I'm just saying when they fall into these generalized rants, much less poignant than the stuff when they're actually they have the high resolution fact in their hand, and then they're giving their moral prescriptions and feelings about that high resolution, picture of reality with regards to whatever issues they're engaging in.
75 years, I guess, with absolutely no reason whatsoever. But then don't they kind of deserve another Nakba? Like, what does it mean when all these people say, go back to Brooklyn, go back to Europe? They're a colonial state. What do you do with colonizers? What do they do? What do they do in Algeria? Algeria. What do you do with colonizers? You kick them out. You kick them out and you send them back home. But whatever. What do you want to say?
Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted. This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power. Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do. You're part of terrorist Antifa because they say so, and you go to jail for life. This is how you make people afraid to organize and resist authoritarian rule. On January 6th, people smashed windows at the Capitol. They assaulted police officers. They literally hunted down lawmakers. They erected actual gallows and called for the public execution.
So it'll be interesting to see if how much Destiny agrees with Dave here at this part of the video. Because I agree. I think Dave got the facts right in this short section. And, this started making sense.
Of Mike Pence, who was in charge of the count. It was a coup that attempted to interfere with an election and install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No. Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award them billions of dollars of taxpayer money.
Trump, the first Democratic dictator. I think that is an interesting concept to think about. What would a Democratic dictator look like? How would they, or even a Democratic expansionist dictator? How would they express their expansionism if you're confined by a democracy and held accountable by the legislative branch, the legal branch of the law? But like, how would you play expansionism? You might do something like what Donald Trump did with Greenland, or how he talks about, making Canada, incorporating Canada into the United States. The 51st state.
Money for damages. What serves the state is good and heroic, no matter how obviously terroristic in nature. And whatever defies the state is terrorism, even if it's just holding a fucking sign or preventing ICE domestic terrorists from murdering civilians. This is already codified. The National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7, officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide are linked to political violence, which just means a legal way to target nonprofit organizations and absolutely any activist they please. Watch lists of suggested subversives already exist. What are the targets? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, opposition to traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. All of these labels are—
How is it still about Israel? Because every fascist entity works together. So MAGA and Trump and Israel are all the same thing. And probably the Democrats too, this guy was saying.
in there. I'm not making up a fucking word of this. It's a goddamn fever dream. What is this? This is the complete dismantling of free speech. The Constitution guarantees that you can't be imprisoned for things you say, for views you hold, or for protesting things. This administration is taking a big dump on freedom in the Constitution, and they're doing it for Israel just as—
For Israel.
Hey everyone.
Somebody said to look at the comments in this. You're lit as fuck to appreciate the high quality, attentive work. Also really random, but important, and in full transparency. It really comes down to my negligence in diving into the matter, but can you explain to me why Israel is without a doubt a genocide? Highlighted reply. Oh, was he must have been replying to somebody else? I hear streamers like Hassan and Destiny.
Welcome back, everybody. Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. Thanks for being with me tonight. We are finishing off analyzing Destiny's reaction to Dave Farina's video titled Destiny Loves Genocide. We already did our own 20-hour analysis and reaction. So we're just finishing off this analysis tonight. And then tomorrow, hopefully you'll be here to join me. I will be releasing the entire analytical audit of my analysis, and we'll get to really see the numbers, like how many claims Dave made in the video, how many of those claims were right out false, how many were half-truths. We'll get into all of that data tomorrow, and the PDF will be publicly available for people to do what they want with it. And there will also be a quiz with 100 questions in the quiz that we will go through as well, just to make sure we are retaining the actual factual information that we've been demonstrating over the past 3 or 4 days here.
Go over this topic and have differing conclusions. No idea. He did a debate with Finkelstein, and he was coached by Zionists. It was disgusting. Okay. King. I don't do purely political content. I've simply mentioned the genocide where it comes up when debunking pseudoscience. It's given me an opportunity to say enough things about it that I feel satisfied with my contribution. Also, as smart as Destiny is, he has a gigantic blind spot and is a disgusting piece of shit when it comes to Israel-Palestine. Disregard him on that topic only. Hassan is great. Oh my god. King.
As much as the rest of the oligarchy it can barely be distinguished from. Other countries are doing the same thing. A new law in Britain gives sweeping powers to executive leadership to determine terroristic threats and imprison protesters, criminalizing journalism and activism, using broad provisions to put people in jail for a decade or more. Germany is on board as well, approving a bill that makes criticism of Israel a criminal offense punishable by 5 years in prison. Supporting a cause or quoting a source that is arbitrarily deemed a terrorist threat will be a crime, and countless people will begin going to jail for defending basic human rights. What is the justification for such draconian measures? Always, doesn't it? Yes, Israel can and would commit a terrorist attack on American soil. Maybe U.S. will not accept foreign rule. Just ask Israeli defense researcher Benny Sapti. He recently tweeted this. Maybe USA needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to remember who is the enemy and who is the friend. Sounds like a threat,
Sounds
doesn't
like a
it?
threat,
Yes,
doesn't it?
Israel can and
I
would
remember
commit
that.
a terrorist attack on American soil, blame it on Arabs, and gaslight the world into supporting a renewed wave of violence on whomever they please, with full American economic and military support. Sounds too far-fetched? Think again. Israel has a history of this behavior. In 1967,
The USS Liberty, the favorite, the go-to.
Israeli aircraft and torpedo boats attacked the USS Liberty in nearby waters and killed 34 Americans. They thought it was an Egyptian warship, of course, since those usually fly American flags. This was an attempt at precisely this type of false flag operation.
Jews famously known for their 120 vision, where they can see with their eyes into the fucking distance and analyze the flags of ships.
Sink an American ship, blame it on Egypt, and lure America into war on their behalf. Then he knew he fucked up by saying the quiet part out loud, so he edited the tweet to seem less obvious, but it was too late. The internet never forgets. Anyone who thinks that Israel would only massacre Arabs and never white people clearly isn't paying attention. Look at what they did very recently to the European aid flotillas. Hundreds of European activists were detained, beaten, tortured, and raped. Israel did it proudly and brazenly with full knowledge that there would be no consequences for them. And if serious consequences ever did befall Israel, they can always
Are there
resort
any
to the
proofs
Samson
of
option.
The rapes?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I
But I
know
haven't
Ben
dug
Gvir
into
was
that.
doing crazy shit, but
Well, he's not. I don't know if he was out on the boats, but there
Oh,
might have
sorry,
been. I
not
thought
on
there
the
was one
boats.
woman that accused soldiers of it was either rape or sexual violence. I would have to go and check, but I don't think any. I'm not aware of anything super credible that came out about that.
This is Israel's military strategy of massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if the country is facing imminent destruction and existential collapse. Basically, if Israeli officials think everything has gone irreparably south for them and they are about to be destroyed by literally anyone, they will just nuke everybody. Israel refuses to confirm or deny having nukes, and they refuse to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means they aren't obligated to be inspected for nukes, which means they absolutely have nukes. Meanwhile, over here in America, every effort is being enacted to ensure that nothing can slow Israel down in its quest to destroy everything. Anything deemed a threat to unchecked belligerence and imperialism must be eliminated. The International Criminal Court regularly calls out the war crimes of both Israel and the United States. So Trump and Bibi, along with thirsty Marco Rubio, are trying to dismantle the ICC entirely. The ICC makes light of American war crimes in Afghanistan, the Caribbean, Venezuela, and of course literally everything Israel does, so they are deemed a radical threat to democracy. Here's Marco whining about American sovereignty just because someone dares push back on Western barbarism and crimes against humanity. Basic accountability is tyranny to the gaslighters who don't want to stop bombing and murdering and seizing land. Marco and Bibi do look cute together though, don't they? And of course, any country reliant on US assistance that does not go along with the campaign to destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration, dismantling along with the campaign.
I would pay a lot of money. No, I wouldn't. But I would be interested to see what are the prompts that he's asking the AI for all of these. Because these are all AI answers, right? There's nothing wrong with AI answers and using AI to do research, but I am very curious how he prompts this.
To destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration, dismantling.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting question. I wonder if Dave uses AI tools to create his scripts. I think it would be really, you would really have to do some hardcore customizing of an AI tool to get it to deliver a propaganda script like this. That is yeah, I mean, you almost would have to tell it like I think you'd have to say like, yeah, I want to do this propaganda hit piece that is purely pro Palestine and as hardcore anti-Israeli or Israel as it can be and anti-Zionist as it can be, that wouldn't violate the YouTube terms and conditions. Yeah, that prompt would be interesting. If in fact that's what's going on. I don't know if Dave uses AI systems and tools to prompt his work.
Absolutely any institution which serves the global
Gemini?
citizenry at the behest of a twisted oligarchy. Want to pollute more? Destroy the EPA. Want to poison more? Destroy the FDA. Want to do more war crimes? Destroy the ICC. It's a trend, and it's one I've been highlighting in my content for a while now. None of this is normal. This is not business as usual. This current administration is the beginning of the fascist takeover. It is happening now. They are trying to eradicate democracy.
Someone in the comment section just said, what? Dave is educated. He doesn't need AI tools. Some people actually know things. Well, according to this video, and I'm not just broad brushing Dave based on this video, but this video was just a propaganda piece with majority misinformation in it. So Dave could have really been helped out a lot if he wanted to be helped out by employing rigorous, epistemically sound, empirical science as a way of knowing AI systems. It would have helped him a lot here. So no, what your comment that he doesn't need AI tools? Yeah, apparently he does to sort out this misinformation for him. Some things are public record. Well, my AI system has access to all public records and things that are like scientific studies that are behind paywalls and things like that. So no, my system is superior with regards to actually discerning the facts of what is going on in reality. Human beings have a hardcore tendency, especially when it comes to politics, to hallucinate. Hardcore. And people will say, oh, but like I've seen some studies of some early AI systems that show that they have the potentiality of hallucinating. Dave can't say anything about that now that he has dropped this video. This video is equivalent to the kind of what the anti-AI religion is afraid about with regards to hallucinating, causing people to believe the kind of misinformation that Dave does to such a point that he squeezes this, this turd out of a video and tries to pass it off as responsible epistemic work that's in line with his other body of great scientific communication and epistemically rigorous work. So, yeah. Nice try, though.
Democracy. Whoever doesn't see that is blind. Anyone crying about TDS can fuck themselves. This is the moment where we either fight all of this while we still have an outside chance, or we submit to tyranny and accept fascist authoritarian rule. There is not an ounce of hyperbole in anything I've said. The infrastructure for the authoritarian police state is being built and implemented right now. Today, people can sense the changes being implemented by Project 2025 personnel. Public opinion regarding Israel has shifted irreparably, even among conservatives. The oligarch clamp surveillance require to ruin victims of Israeli terrorists. Their Zionism is the ideology behind it, an ideology of Jewish supremacy, ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization. Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most vile source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they
Oceanus says, Pangburn, you are just a crybaby. Which part was disinformation, genius? Well, you might be new to this stream, but I did 20 hours of deep, epistemically rigorous analysis of Dave's video, point by point, that exist on this channel. You can watch them if you're interested. Or if you don't want to watch them and you just want to see an analysis of Dave's video that outlines all the misinformation, failures, falsehoods, and the things that, of course, Dave did get right, which there were a few things, then you can come to the stream tomorrow or join our Discord server or find the PDF that I will be publishing all over the internet tomorrow. And for anyone that's interested, that is the link to our Discord server. There.
They are objectively committing genocide like 100% without a doubt, and anyone who says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot? Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and talk about his rose-colored relationship with this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
First of all, I like that this fucking I like that this quote was before October 7th, so I had no clue even that much about Israel, and I had no obviously there wasn't the terrorist act on all the attention on these on anything related to Israel Palestine. Number one, but number two, this is essentially their position just reversed, where they're like, well, both sides are probably going to genocide each other anyway, so it should just be like an Arab state, and maybe they have to kill all the Jews out for it to succeed.
Yeah, but even if that is true, Stephen, that doesn't mean that you should espouse the same idea, right?
Like, it is the opposite position, but it's also very obvious here that my position is like, I don't know, man, doesn't sound like there's a solution. It seems like pretty shitty. I don't know. I guess if one side is going to kill each other, I mean, I'd probably side with the Israelis over the Arabs. They have like 60 states anyway. Do they really need a 61st? I mean, obviously we don't want either side to genocide them, but...
Yeah, and that's a good clarification on that video. When the video happened, yeah, clarifying that there was some hyperbole, some lightheartedness, some joking around in there. Yeah, and clarifying, obviously, we don't want to see any genocide actually happen. Yep.
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro...
Yeah, maybe don't say things like that, to be fair. No, I will say things like that, and I'll stand by it, because the people on your side literally watch terrorist fucking videos and they cheer them on. So suck a fucking dick. It is such...
So just because people on their side are doing something, that should not fill you with justification to start doing the other thing. That's eye for an eye morality. That's, ancient Sumerian moral calculus, from 7,000 years ago. I think we can do better than that. We should have transcending moral principles and purposes, dialectical maxims and virtues, like engaging in good faith and helpfulness, or maximizing well-being for oneself and those around them. I think it's low resolution morality to engage in eye for an eye in that way. It's like, no, I'm not going to stop doing this because your side, I think we can transcend that.
The tone policing by you loser fucks that also don't care about this conflict and don't know anything about it. Like, maybe you shouldn't actually say you're pro-genocide. Well, sit here with your fucking kafayas backwards and you're in the most retarded fucking statements you can...
I don't think it's tone policing, at least from my perspective. It's more about my foundational moral principles that are born of my sentiments. Like, I feel this deeply that the good life really is maximizing well-being, physical, mental, and social health for oneself and those around them. It's not that simply I want to police your tone because I'm, afraid that it might cause some temporary discomfort or something like that. And I'm not saying there are no situations that you would be righteous in doing this. I'm not saying it would be good, but there were some situations where you would be righteous in doing something like that. In high resolution academic moral philosophy, you eventually start realizing you must delineate between good, bad, right, and wrong. So goodness, badness, righteousness, and wrongfulness. This is one example. Like there might be situations where I know it was a bad thing for me to, attack this person and call them this, but I felt it was righteous because of what just happened or something like that. So there can be righteous bads, like going to war, for example. I don't see anything good about war, but I do sometimes see righteous things about war. So that's just a little tidbit. By the way, I should outline that I do have a philosophical coaching practice. So if you're interested in garnering and harnessing a more high resolution relationship with the conceptualizations in your mind, trying to find better ways of articulating the meaning and purpose in your life and rationalizing your actions and behaviors to that purpose, those are a lot of the things we work on in philosophical coaching. So the Discord link that is available right here, I'll give it to you guys again. I operate my practice through the Discord, but if you don't want to use Discord, you can email me info@pang-burn.com if you're interested in philosophical coaching. They are one-on-one sessions that last an hour. The first session is free. Someone says, Pangburn, I'm assuming you're not familiar with Tiny's tit for tat snarker arc, right? It was a whole thing. No, I only know what a couple of those words mean. No, I know what tit for tat means, but no, I don't know anything about that arc.
Could ever make about like, oh, Hezbollah is just like the government of Lebanon and blah, blah, blah. Suck a fucking dick. Don't sit here and fucking virtue signal now, okay, when you're cheering for dead Palestinian babies because you can jerk off to them and send them to your fucking friends online. Get the fuck out of here, fucking retards.
Genocide. He supports the genocide of Palestinians.
Ooh, he got hot there. Well, I've already given my sermon about how I think about that stuff, so I will save the rest of it for now.
In Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel because the whole world is...
What? Really, the entire world, definitely Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro-genocide. He supports...
Also, there's no world where you hear that statement and you're like, wow, it sounds like he really wants the genocide. It sounds like what I'm saying is the situation seems irredeemably fucked. There's no solution except for one side to kill or kick the other one out.
Supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel because the whole world is just a bunch of dirty anti-Semites, so poor Israel gets to do genocide. Ethnic cleansing is super awesome, according to Destiny.
True. Destiny, you said after this joke that in reality there is no real good solution. I think that it sounds like I'm already saying that. Maybe I say that right after. But even so, obviously I'm saying there's not a good solution. It sucks. Both sides are fighting. It doesn't seem like there's an end in sight.
Did you think I was exaggerating about this piece of shit? I'll take your apology now. And don't worry, we're just getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
Oh boy.
This was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area.
None of that is true. This is a no-go zone that they were alerted to already. That's why they already have the phones out and they're filming, and that's why they're walking slowly, side by side, with white flags, and it's why they have medical staff behind there, because they know they're gonna go get shot. Why are we watching a bad empanada video? I remember going over this. It's so fucking retarded. They knew they were gonna get shot at. There are fucking Israeli soldiers, I think in like in fucking tanks, like right around the corner here. They know it.
So what did...
All right. So we're going to do the full fact check of this section. Again, let me see if I can find... Actually, it's going to be quicker for me to just generate this again based on the screenshot. So this is much more complicated than Stephen is giving it credit for. This may, in fact, end up being a war crime on the hands of Israel. Obviously, this needs to be adjudicated by the ICJ. Just seeing if I can find. I will do it again here, but we did cover. Oh, I'm in the right section, I think. Oh yeah, so we've been through that. Okay. What's that? Okay. All right, here we go. So there was a man killed. The man killed in this instance was Ramzi Abu Salul, a 51-year-old Palestinian shopkeeper who sold children's clothing. ITV described him as a husband and father of 14 kids. Wow. The shooting occurred at approximately 3:14 p.m. on January 22nd, 2024, on a road near Al Aqsa University, west of Khan Yunis. The footage was first broadcast by ITV News on January 23rd. What the group was doing. Abu Salul was among 5 men walking cautiously with their hands raised, identification documents displayed, a large white flag. A drone could be heard overhead, and Israeli armored vehicles were visible or documented nearby. Abu Salul told the cameraman that the group was trying to reach his mother, brother, and other relatives who had remained behind after civilians were ordered to evacuate. Accounts indicate that the family had contacted the International Committee of the Red Cross the previous night because tanks were outside and some relatives could not leave. His widow, Hanan Abu Salul, that last name, Salul, said Israeli troops had entered the building where the family was sheltering with more than 300 people and ordered them to leave without their possessions. She said a soldier pointed a weapon at her when she attempted to retrieve the bag. The shooting. ITV camera. By the way, all of this stuff needs to be adjudicated in an expert court of law, which I think it will most likely be the ICJ. I really think that this is probably going to be adjudicated at that level, at the international court, because there's going to be a lot of he said, she said here, but there is also a lot of evidence publicly available. ITV cameraman Mohammed Abu Safia interviewed Abu Salul. Once the interview ended, the men continued moving down the road. A burst of gunfire followed, and Abu Salul collapsed after being struck in the chest. His companions placed the white flag over the wound and attempted to carry him back while additional shots were heard and at least one bullet passed close to the group. Abu Safia stopped filming for approximately 5 seconds when the first shots were fired because he feared he was also being targeted. He then resumed recording. He said Abu Salul had received a direct shot near the heart and that the group was fired upon again as they tried to retrieve him. The group briefly sheltered at Al Aqsa University. removed a door to use as an improvised stretcher, and transported Abu Salul to a bus because they were unable to obtain an ambulance. The footage and family testimony indicate that he died almost immediately. His wife is visible approaching as the men carry his body back, and his son is recorded screaming beside him. Was the footage edited deceptively? The original ITV camera stopped for about 5 seconds after the initial gunfire. The IDF initially pointed to that interruption, saying, "The video is clearly edited and we have no way to comment." ITV subsequently obtained a second continuous camera angle showing the incident during the missing 5 seconds. ITV synchronized the two recordings, and the continuous footage did not reveal a weapon, hostile act, or other event that materially altered what the first video showed. There were therefore at least two recordings: Mohammed Abu Safia's footage for ITV, another continuous recording associated in reporting with citizen journalist Ahmed Jazazi, and later used by CNN, AP, and ITV. This substantially weakens claims that the event was manufactured through selective editing. Forensic analysis of the gunfire. ITV worked with the audio investigation group Earshot, satellite imagery, and geolocation researchers. Their findings included 6 shots captured in Abu Safia's footage, rapid overlapping shots suggesting at least 2 weapons were being fired, 1 bullet visibly striking a wall just above the men, an audible supersonic crack from a bullet passing the camera, an estimated firing distance of approximately 330 meters, a direction aligning with Israeli tanks positioned east of the cameraman. Additional geolocated footage showed Israeli tanks and a military bulldozer operating in the area around Al-Aqsa University. The fatal shooter is not visible, and the analysis did not identify an individual soldier or conclusively determine the exact weapon that struck Abu Salul. But the location, direction of fire, Israeli positions, and subsequent IDF acknowledgement strongly indicate that Israeli forces were responsible. So what Israel said? The IDF's position changed over time. Initially, it said that it was unaware of the incident and criticized the video as edited. It later announced that it was reviewing the shooting because the footage indicated Israeli troops were present and that possible misconduct may have occurred. Brigadier General Dan Goldfuss, commander of the IDF's 98th Division, was subsequently shown the footage and said, "Yes, those are my troops, and I'm investigating the incident." He also said, "That is not the way we carry out our rules of engagement. No, we don't fire at people waving white flags. We don't fire at civilians." He described possible wrongful shootings as mistakes occurring during war. The public record we could locate contains that acknowledgement and the announced investigation, but no publicly released final IDF findings, identified shooter, disciplinary decision, or criminal prosecution concerning Abu Salul's death. That doesn't mean that that this isn't going to be investigated or brought to trial, maybe looked at as a potential war crime. Israel could be holding on to their evidence, so we will have to see if this gets adjudicated. Was it actually a designated safe zone? This point is less certain than the original ITV headline suggested. Abu Safia said he believed he was in Mawasi and in a place civilians had not been told to evacuate. Satellite imagery also showed numerous displaced person tents around Al-Aqsa University. However, ITV's later investigation described the precision evacuation instructions as unclear. I just had to check my internet there for a second. The closest publicly documented order that ITV found for the relevant Khan Yunis blocks was posted on January 23rd, the day after the shooting. The IDF said civilians had been warned through various means before operations began, but did not provide ITV with a precise earlier notice for those blocks. So the defensible formulation right now is the incident occurred in an area containing displaced civilians that the cameraman believed was safe, but the area's precise formal designation and applicable evacuation instructions were unclear. Even if an evacuation order had been validly issued, remaining in or re-entering an evacuation zone would not by itself make civilians lawful targets. Legal significance of the white flag. A white flag is a recognized indication of a desire to surrender, communicate, or negotiate. International humanitarian law prohibits attacking someone who clearly expresses surrender and commits no hostile act. Civilians are independently protected from deliberate attack unless and for such time as they directly participate in hostilities. A white flag is not magical immunity. It cannot lawfully be used to conceal an attack, and soldiers may respond to a genuine immediate threat. But the recordings show raised hands, a prominently displayed white flag, displayed identification, no visible weapons, no hostile conduct, the men speaking openly with a journalist immediately before the shooting. On the publicly available evidence, there is no identifiable lawful military basis for shooting Abu Salul. That doesn't mean Israel might not have some good reason. That might come to light again when or if this is adjudicated by the ICJ or some other court. Maybe it would be internal, right? Maybe Israel will be prosecuting someone who committed what's potentially a murder here. UN Special Reporter Francesca Albanese called it a, quote, televised war crime, while Jan Egeland of the Norwegian Refugee Council said the footage constituted evidence of a war crime. Those are expert or advocacy assessments, of course, not a judicial verdict. So in the screenshot I provided, the red labels, white flags, and multiple children in the screenshot are editorial annotations added to the version of the video. They are not findings from an official investigation. The underlying footage does show civilians in the area. The satellite imagery confirms displaced families were sheltering nearby. However, the principal verified group involved in the shooting consisted of 5 men. The available reporting does not establish that the visible children were themselves fired upon during the initial volley. So the bottom line assessment here, the strongest evidence-supported conclusion as of today, Israeli forces almost certainly fatally shot Ramzi Abu Salul while he was visibly unarmed, traveling with raised hands and a white flag, and attempting to reach stranded relatives. Independent video, geolocation, and audio analysis contradict the suggestion that the incident was fabricated or rendered misleading by the 5-second interruption. What remains unresolved is the identity of the shooter, the exact weapon, whether a commander authorized the fire, whether Abu Salul was intentionally selected or recklessly misidentified, and whether Israel ever completed a meaningful accountability process. So this is going to be a case I'm going to be interested in following up with. I want to see what happens with regards to justice here. Surely this incident must have been investigated to some level by the IDF and might come up in the war crimes session relating to the ICJ court proceedings which we're probably not going to see ICJ determinations like, whether or not Israel is guilty of committing a genocide. We aren't going to see those determinations by likely 2030 or 2031. So we're 4 to 5 years away from this. Someone said false earth material. Thank you, $5 for the super chat. Someone says, what's your educational background? Is there a lore drop page? I don't know what a lore drop page is. Commend you for your duty to proper discourse and level-headed approach. Congrats on being a dad. Well, thank you so much. Being a dad is just by far and beyond the greatest thing that I couldn't even begin to imagine was possible in life until I became a dad. And it's just the thing every day that just overshadows everything else, just fills me with a maximization of well-being that is just far and beyond what I thought I would ever feel in my life. So that's that part. My educational background. So I went to university to study live event technology and theater. So I have a theater background, a performance background, Shakespeare background. You lie in faith, for you are called plain Kate and bonny Kate, and sometimes Kate the curse, but Kate, the prettiest Kate in Christendom, Kate of Kate Hall, my super dainty Kate. For dainty are all Kates, and therefore, Kate, take this of me, Kate of my consolation, hearing thy mildness praised in every town, thy virtue spoke of, and thy beauty sounded, yet not so deeply as to thee belongs. Myself am moved to woo thee for my wife. Little bit of Shakespeare, got to do it. I come from a performance background, so I went to university to primarily study that. I've always had a deep interest in philosophy and science, and also debating and arguing against God believers, because I've been an atheist my whole life, and and then at university I also studied philosophy as well, and some other things, some business things, and screenwriting and things like that. But eventually, through that process in university, I came to realize the thing I really loved about the performance art of theater and, playing music and writing music even. I've also been a pianist nearly my entire life since I was 3. I mainly like to play rock and roll piano, like boogie woogie piano. I used to perform, and I've been singing my whole life as well. So I come from a musical theater background and a bit of opera training and things like that. But the thing I eventually realized that I love about all that stuff, and this kind of urge I felt to want to do something to make a difference in the world, was all born out of this realization that the underlying philosophy in theater and theatrical works, from Shakespeare all the way to Bernard Shaw, all the way to all the greats, those were the things I was really interested in. The underlying philosophical reasoning that moves characters, the wants and desires of characters, the whole process of back engineering the human experience as an actor and as a director, as a playwright, things like that. So I realized at that point, it's like, I don't want to be an entertainer. I don't want to be a performer. I want to live the philosopher's life. And eventually, once I got out of university, I saved some money. I began eventually living the philosopher's life full time and spreading what I thought to be good in the world, the maximization of well-being, physical, mental, and social health for myself and those around me. And one of the ways I do that I became known for was by producing live intellectual discussions that are grounded in the Pangburn virtue of communication and the corresponding maxim, which is the thing that governs the Pangburn stage. All of these events that you've seen on the Pangburn stage are governed by the maxim that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. Good faith and helpfulness. By good faith, I mean honesty and sincerity of intentions. By helpfulness, we should all know what helpfulness looks like, but it basically means to assist others in their goals, dreams, desires, and you can apply that to conversations as well. So, yeah, that's kind of, and then then the majority of my philosophy, working towards becoming a higher and higher resolution thinker, much of that has come about autodidactically. I am a self-learner. I do a lot of my, learning with myself and with other peers, not in like formalized setting like some people prefer. And that has always been my ideal way of studying and learning. Having peers, but also going about this autodidactically in that, I'm a self-learner. So that's basically my educational background. And I try to continue to learn and be fallible and open to update as I move through this journey for as long as I'm here. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's get back to the video, the task at hand. Did I prompt anything that needs to be, oh no, I went through all of that information. So this isn't like a fake, all the evidence that's available, the summary one more time. Israel forces almost certainly fatally shot Ramzi Abu Salul while he was visibly unarmed, traveling with raised hands and a white flag, and attempting to reach stranded relatives. Independent video, geolocation, and audio analysis contradict the suggestion that the incident was fabricated or rendered misleading by the 5-second interruption. So Destiny's talking about this like it is this cut and dry, clear issue, seemingly a fraud. And let's hear his words again so we don't straw man him.
That they were alerted to already. That's why they already have the phones out on their...
Let's go back a bit.
He supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is...
What?
Really, the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro-genocide. He supports...
Also, there's no world where you hear that statement and you're like, wow, it sounds like he really wants the genocide. It sounds like what I'm saying is the situation seems irredeemably fucked. There's no solution except for one side to kill or kick the other one out.
Supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is just a bunch of dirty anti-Semites, so poor Israel gets to do genocide. Ethnic cleansing is super awesome, according to Destiny.
True. Destiny, you said after this joke that in reality, there is no real good solution.
I think that it sounds like I'm already saying that. Maybe I say that right after. But even so, obviously I'm saying there's not a good solution. It sucks. Both sides are fighting. It doesn't seem like there's an end in sight.
Did you think I was exaggerating about this piece of shit? I'll take your apology now. And don't worry, we're just getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
Oh
Again,
boy.
This was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area.
None of that is true. This is a no-go zone that they were alerted to already. That's why they already have the phones out and they're filming, and that's why they're walking slowly, side by side, with white flags, and it's why they have medical staff behind there, because they know they're gonna go get shot. Why are we watching a bad empanada video? I remember going over this. It's so fucking retarded. They knew they were gonna get shot at. There are fucking Israeli soldiers, I think, in like fucking tanks, like right around the corner here. They know it.
So what did Destiny think about this?
No, so that's just wrong. All of that stuff is part of kind of a a conspiratorial view of what actually has been demonstrated to have happened here. That's not to say there might be other evidence that comes out that contradicts that's currently known, but I would be curious as to how Destiny came to this conclusion. It might have been related to that initial IDF skepticism with regards to that 5-second missing piece of video. Maybe that's when Destiny formed this opinion, and there wasn't an update there. But the I think the responsible thing to do is not certainty signal here, like Destiny is doing. Like, it's a very infallible posture he has all of a sudden taken on with regard to this. And it's been a long time. So I think the epistemically responsible thing to do is to actually clarify to see if there's any new information. And if Destiny, using his best epistemic tools, should be able to find that this, that his current belief here is just incorrect. And I'm not sure what exactly is justifying it in his mind, but maybe he will say more here.
Well,
the interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like, why did he walk away? Because he knew they were walking to go get shot to get it on film. He is interviewing the guy who's about.
So that's conspiratorial right there. They walked away because they knew that they were going to get shot, and then they wanted to get it on film. This idea that, like, and I did go through this in the full analysis, but this idea that they're doing this to garner sympathy by making shooting media of people actually getting killed, sacrificing their life to garner more sympathy for the cause. Like, this comes from this Pallywood conceptualization that we've been hearing.
About to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot, and everything is, this is it. It's like Act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, bro! Are we serious? Oh, wait. Okay. After your husband gets shot, he might be dead, but after he gets shot, we're going to have the guy right behind you, okay, to catch you running up to... Come on. Come the fuck on.
So he's not believing this account is genuine. And, Stephen is engaging in conspiratorial line drawing here and thinking the same way that Dave does throughout the majority of the film. So Stephen still seems to believe this thing that I think if we're doing good sound epistemology, we would find, and good research, we would find that this is demonstrably not the case. That doesn't mean it won't be overturned. And maybe at the end of the day, Stephen will be correct about this, but I don't think there's any reasonable justification to believe this kind of conspiratorial line drawing position.
Grow the fuck up. What is this? But they probably were probably gonna get shot at, or maybe so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking
I'm sure she was.
I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember these people.
Sorry, 1 second. Something might have been screwed up here. Hopefully you guys didn't. This should be showing us kick. 1 second. For some reason. There we go. For some reason, it just switched over. I have no idea why it did that. Yeah, we've almost reached in full inception in this video. Hopefully you guys heard all that. Someone says, oh, whatever, bro. It's not just a made-up idea that Palestinians use their people as propaganda. Even if that was the case, what you just wrote, that doesn't justify believing that this particular case is that. Do you see the logical difference there? Someone says, yeah, wait, what? Do you know this is in their actual playbook and has been used for years? I am unsubbing. Bye-bye. This has been ridiculous. You are lost because you lost Dave. Same with Steven. What? Calm down, bro. Again, you're engaging in the same logically fallacious mixing that the last person was engaging in. Just because you might believe that this is in their actual playbook does not mean this is one of those moments. And I highly suggest that you don't run away from the process of fact checking. You know, even if the person that's being fact checked is someone you adore and love, Steven's someone who I adore and love. There's a lot of things I love about Steven. Doesn't mean he's always going to be right about these things. You know, I love working with Steven, you know, all that stuff. But it doesn't mean that, you know, you can't tell people who you love, you know, when you think they're incorrect about something, right? This is the lesson that should have been learned from the 20 hours I did doing the same with Dave Farina. So I think Steven can take a few critiques from Uncle Trav.
I mean, these people actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence. Right? What Hollywood means is that you are captured.
So Steven said true there, like he agreed with the video. We have all that information now, right? So Steven's either out of date on this or he doesn't believe what's, you know, demonstrably the case at this point. Even IDF is acknowledging that they're looking into this. This isn't how they conduct war, you know, etc. So
that's not even an unhinged statement. When the camps got bombed, or outside the camp in the beach thing or whatever, I remember they were holding up the fucking headless Palestinian baby and shaking it in front of the camera. Holy shit.
During intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's like Hollywood. I mean, you're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action, and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing.
This is a literal active war zone, and they're saying, "Don't come here, don't go here." It's like, okay, we're gonna go there and see what happens. What do you think is gonna happen?
That's right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farmed.
They're not walking to a... Okay.
So this safe zone determination is a heated point of contention here. We should just re-clarify this. For the record, just to get this record right. I don't know why my screen did some kind of weird Inception thing. I think it was Dave Farina. I'm going to blame Dave Farina. You know what? I think it's a reasonable inference because I just made this critique of Dave Farina and now my computer's doing something crazy. I mean, come on. Dave Farina just did something crazy with the release of this video. This is another crazy thing he did. It's obvious. No, I'm kidding. Don't trust that logic. I just spewed out. So it's not conclusively been established that this was in fact a safe zone. ITV's original headline called it a Gaza safe zone, but its later investigation could not verify that the precise road near Al-Aqsa University was formally designated as a humanitarian safe zone. So the shooting occurred in an area populated by displaced civilians that the cameraman reasonably believed was safe, but the evidence does not conclusively establish that it was an officially designated Israeli safe zone. If anyone has anything to ask me or anything you want me to go through with regards to this video, feel free to send me a super chat. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here. Make sure you smash that like button. It attracts more people to the stream. Yeah, so it's not conclusively known at this time whether or not this was officially designated an Israeli safe zone, based on the best information I can find. Okay.
For TikTok clips. They have to provoke Israel into violence
Let
because
me go
Israel
a
would
little bit back
that they
here.
were alerted to already. That's why they already have the phones out and they're filming, and that's why they're walking slowly side by side with white flags, and it's why they have medical staff behind there, because they know they're gonna go get shot. Why are we watching a bad empanada video? I remember going over this. It's so fucking retarded. They knew they were gonna get shot at. There are fucking Israeli soldiers, I think in like fucking tanks, like right around the corner here. They know it.
So what did Destiny think about this? Well,
The interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like why did he walk away? Because he knew they were walking to go get shot to get it on film. He is interviewing the guy.
So this is, again, we already went through this. Mind reading, conspiratorial, not consistent with the evidence that's available today, or when Destiny did this.
He's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point. That's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover concealment, right? Because I think the tank's...
Based on the evidence available, these people actually did the right thing. They had the white flag. They had their hands up. They weren't posing a threat. You know, just because they were in a what might have been not a safe zone doesn't mean that they are viable military targets.
It's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like bro! Are we serious? Oh, wait. Okay. After your husband gets shot, he might be dead, but after he gets shot, we're going to have the guy right behind you, okay, to catch you running up to... Come on. Come the fuck on. Grow the fuck up. What is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe,
Yeah, so Steve's just wrong about this based on the available evidence. So
you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Hollywood means is that you're that's not even an unhinged statement. When the camps got bombed, or outside the camp in the beach thing or whatever, I remember they were holding up the fucking headless Palestinian baby and shaking it in front of the camera. Holy shit.
I want to look into that. Why did Stephen just bring up the body of the headless baby being held up? Is he insinuating that might be another false?
And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like bro! Are we serious? Oh, wait. Okay. After your husband gets shot, he might be dead, but after he gets shot, we're going to have the guy right behind you, okay, to catch you running up to... Come on. Come the fuck on. Grow the fuck up. What is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, actually, yeah, like have suicide.
Yeah, Destiny also just said there, yep, they were with response to farming TikTok clips. So he does believe, what I think is just purely conspiratorial, that they were farming TikTok clips here.
Suicide bomber. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy?
And then, anyways, I'm focusing on Stephen down here, not in the video up there, because we are, for the sake of these videos, focusing on Stephen's reactions to the Dave Farina video.
Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence. Right? What Hollywood means is that you're
That's not even an unhinged statement. When the camps got bombed, or outside the camp in the beach thing or whatever, I remember they were holding up the fucking headless Palestinian baby and shaking it in front of the camera. Holy.
All right. On May 26, 2024, there was an Israeli strike on a displaced persons camp in northwestern Rafah. The site was known as Kuwait Peace Camp 1 in the Tel Al Sultan Al Hashash area near a UNRWA logistics base and relatively close to the coast. OCHA, described it as an informal displacement site. Casualties were transported to clinics and field hospitals near the sea, which may explain why it is sometimes remembered as a beach strike. So what happened? Israel struck a structure that is said contained two senior Hamas operatives, Yassin Rabia and Khaled Nagar. The IDF said it used two small precision munitions, each containing approximately 17 kilograms of explosives. A major fire then spread throughout nearby tents and temporary shelters. Gaza's health ministry reported 45 people killed, 249 injured. 23 of those killed were women, children, or elderly people. UN experts subsequently used a reported figure of at least 46 deaths and described images of infants torn apart and people burned alive. Ugh, that's heartbreaking to hear. And that comes from the United Nations. By the way, if anyone wants to see a general list of the sources that are being used for these videos, you can see that in the video description. The headless child. The video showing a man lifting the headless body of a small child was genuine footage from the aftermath. Major news organizations, including CNN, as reported through syndicate coverage, described the victim as a toddler whose body had been decapitated by the blast. Oh, man. Fucking hate that. The child was later identified through interviews with his family as Ahmed El Najjar, approximately 18 months old. His mother, Faten, and two siblings, Huda and Arka, were also reportedly killed. This identification rests principally on the family's interview with Al Jazeera and subsequent reporting rather than an independently published forensic report. Beheaded can be misleading here. The available evidence indicates explosive traumatic decapitation, not that anyone deliberately cut off the child's head. Was it a designated safe zone? The answer is contested and depends on how safe zone is defined. Israel said the actual target was outside its formally designated Mawasi humanitarian zone, approximately 1.5 kilometers from that zone, a separate structure from the nearest tents. However, the struck area was plainly being used as a camp for displaced civilians, and residents had sought refuge there. The UN human rights chief said the casualties demonstrated that there was effectively no safe place in Gaza. No evacuation warning specific to the camp was reported before the strike. What caused the enormous fire? Israel argued that the munitions alone could not explain the scale of the blaze and suggested that nearby stored weapons may have produced secondary explosions. It released audio and footage it said supported that possibility. That explanation was never conclusively established publicly. Independent visual analysis identified remnants consistent with a US-made GBU-39 small diameter bomb Investigators also identified combustible materials and gas cylinders in the camp, while publicly available imagery did not conclusively demonstrate the alleged weapons depot. 2 days later, on May 28th, another attack struck displaced civilians in the coastal Al Mawasi area west of Rafah, reportedly killing 21 people, including 13 women. That was a separate event. The viral video of the headless toddler came from the May 26th Tal Al Sultan tent camp strike, not the later Al Mawasi incident. So the strongest current accurate summary is an Israeli strike targeting 2 Hamas officials near a densely populated Rafah displacement camp caused or triggered a fire that killed about 45 civilians. Authentic footage showed the blast mutilated body of an 18-month-old child, Ahmed al-Najjar. Israel described the civilian deaths as unintended. UN officials argue that striking so close to densely packed tents made catastrophic civilian harm foreseeable. Now, the question is here, does Destiny think that the person holding up this headless child was doing this for making TikTok videos or to try and legitimately raise alarms that horrific things are happening, or they're just horrified, in shock and pleading with the world? So let's listen again to some of this. We don't need to go there. We don't have to go.
For TikTok clips. They have to provoke Israel into violence because Israel would never be violent on their own. The rhetoric here is beyond vile. This is like telling a rape victim she was asking for it.
Oh, we didn't. We went too far here.
But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking
I'm sure
killed.
she was.
But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people actually, like, have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence. Right? What Hollywood means is that you're
That's not even an unhinged statement. When the camps got bombed, or outside the camp in the beach thing or whatever, I remember they were holding up the fucking headless Palestinian baby and shaking it in front of the camera. Holy shit.
So it does seem like he's actually tying it in a bit to this Bollywood narrative, which is a conspiratorial narrative with regards to the shooting incident. And then it seems to be the case that Stephen is saying that, this holding up the dead child is part of that same kind of propaganda. There's just no good epistemic reason to be believing this stuff. It sounds like conspiratorial. Like you're looking at the situation, you're drawing all these lines, like, why was the mother doing that? And why would they go over there? They obviously knew they were going to get shot, and this thing, and all these things tie together. Yeah, this was obviously a fake, false flag, or this guy wanted to sacrifice himself in order to gain sympathies from other nations or something like that. And then there was a mention of, well, I mean, these guys, these guys engage in, these kinds of people like this engage in suicide bombing. I heard something like that. So, this is and the dead headless baby thing, like it's very insensitive not to have something click off and think like, damn, I mean, it's been a while since Stephen made this video. Maybe the responsible thing to do and the ethical thing to do is to make sure he's not delivering misinformation with regards to this issue. And it seems as though what Stephen is reporting here is just false and it's misinformation. We got some super chats to go through here. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I think this was that same person, 101 Yak. I think they sent a super chat as well. Yeah, it's the same 101 Yak person who said that they're going to leave, but then they sent a super chat. Now, let me for a moment do some conspiratorial line drawing. 101 Yak is actually Dave Farina, and he has sent the $10 super chat so he can use this clip in the upcoming hit piece of Travis Pangburn and Destiny. No, but this person says, I was a true fan, but you lost the plot on this one. Unsubbed, but want to support future debates. Hopefully you can recover after Dave took full control over you for denying you and calling you out. What? I really appreciate the $10 super chat. Hopefully you can recover after Dave took full control over you. How would you demonstrate that Dave took full control over me? Do you dispute the facts that I read out here? Gretchen said, still here, I see, in response to Yak. Someone said, what is this guy on? No, let's not be mean to Yak. Yak, I think you're reading into things in a very strange way here. I think the best thing to do is if you if you want to dispute some things that you think I'm getting wrong, I'm here to listen to that, and I will investigate it live here on the air. So give me those goods if you think I'm getting something wrong, and I will investigate it. And if I am wrong about anything, any of this stuff, I will correct myself. Wow, thank you so much to Cop Watcher for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Seconding the previous super chat message, I'll only add, I wish more people, especially public intellectuals such as Dave Farina, would think as carefully. Seconding the previous chat of 101 Yak. I don't know. I really appreciate the $25 super chat. There's another one as well. It's another one to go through. And critically, as you have in this Dave vs. Destiny series, would love to see more research analysis streams like this. Oh, thank you so much. By the way, I want to second the super chat message from, False Earth material. Oh, I see. So 3 super chat messages ago. I really, really appreciate the super chats, you guys. It goes towards buying diapers for my kitties. Diapers, like I said on the stream last night, are like basically $1 trillion. No, thank you so much. The diapers are for me, actually. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And I plan on annoying the hell out of the world of misinformation by making these live streams a regular thing. So, hopefully I can be a bug in people's ear, cause people to be more epistemically rigorous. I'm not here to want to scare people. I want to do this in a good faith, helpful way. I'm really, with regards to Dave Farina, I really, and with Destiny going through this process, I really do care about their well-being, their physical, mental, and social health. I just think epistemic rigor is so important, not just how the effect it has on yourself, with regards to levels of cognitive rigidity, cognitive flexibility, these things that are these different things I prescribe that are just healthier ways of thinking, healthier ways of being. But when we put out information to the world, we can be doing great harm when we don't engage with our strongest forms of epistemic rigor, especially on issues related to issues that are life and death, war related to torture, related to grape and all these other things. I just think it's so important as a moral well-beingist and for other people out there to be doing this if you truly do want to maximize well-being for yourself and those around you. I really appreciate the super chat. By the way, if anyone's interested and you've got some video editing skills, I am looking for the most I guess, just for lack of a better word, insane person who wants to take on the insane task of turning the 3-part video, it's about 20 hours, into one video that just claim after claim, rapid fire is dealt with. And that's what you see when you turn on the video. I got some people in Discord that might be interested in helping with that. Maybe it's going to end up having to be an insane project I take on that will take 1 trillion years to do. Maybe I can find an AI tool that will do that for me. We'll see. Okay, let's continue. Thank you for the super chats, everyone. I appreciate it. If you want me to respond to something specifically, a question, if you want me to investigate a claim, please send me a super chat and I will do that.
During intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's like Hollywood. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing.
This is a literal active war zone, and they're saying, don't come here, don't go here. It's like, okay, we're going to go there and see what happens. What do you think is going to happen?
It doesn't matter if it is, if we find out that it was an active war zone, doesn't mean that those civilians with the white flag are legitimate military targets.
That's right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farmed.
They're not walking to us. Okay.
For TikTok clips. They have to provoke Israel into violence because Israel would never be violent on their own. The rhetoric here is beyond vile. This is like telling a rape victim she was asking for it because of her short skirt, but 1,000 times.
Someone just said, talking about diapers, is it possible to look into a noise gate? Yes, I will sort that out. I understand my house is full of life and noise of my kitties. I have a newborn baby girl who's just over a month old, and she likes to cry a lot for mommy's milk and attention and all that good stuff. So yeah, you'll hear some crying in the background, and you'll hear my son in the background as well. I will try to deal with the noise gate thing. But thanks for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate it.
Times worse. Anyone?
It's more like if you had a building and the building on the outside said, if you walk in here with a short skirt, we're going to fuck you. So probably don't come in here. And somebody has a short skirt on. They're like, hold on, get your camera out. This is about to be crazy. Like,
uses the term Pallywood.
Yeah, I've already dealt with Steven's incorrect view here, and it's just kind of it keeps going.
Is a fucking monster. Once again, if you actually truly want to see what happens in Gaza on a daily basis, you can head over to archivegenocide.com and look for yourself. Bring a barf bag. People are ruthlessly slaughtered every single day, and the thousands of videos on that site are only a tiny fraction of the carnage that has been inflicted on Palestinians over the past 2.5 years. Pretending that they're faking it is identical to Holocaust denial, except way worse since this is happening today. Now here he is doing a fan meetup in Israel, giving advice to young
Hey, at least he said fan meetup instead of IDF coaching session. Nice.
IOF soldiers on how to hide their war crimes.
Well, IOF soldier. I mean, I guess everybody in Israel is a soldier eventually, huh?
Got this little worry that in the media and in the global, opinion, it's not such a good thing to be an IDF soldier.
It's not. It's absolutely. Yeah, the opinion is really bad. Yeah. There's the one piece of advice I'll give you. Okay, if you're joining the IDF, okay, leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos. Okay, because everybody's fucking you with them. Okay, and if you see a soldier, okay, go into a fucking drawer and listen. If you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it. Okay, Jesus.
Yeah.
Obviously, you shouldn't be wearing people's clothes at all. But the idea.
I'm glad Steven said that, because that was something I felt quite sick about. Seeing those instances of soldiers wearing dresses and panties and in other people's homes that they're rummaging through. I thought that was very disgusting. And that kind of conduct was taken seriously by the IDF. And you know, if you want to hear the more extensive breakdown of that, it exists in the first 3 videos of my analysis of Dave's video.
The idea that this gets conflated with he's coaching them that when they're going to commit genocide, don't record them genociding people. Like, if you legitimately think that this is my opinion, you're lost. I'm sorry, you're lost. Like, I have 15 years of streaming. I've got 10 years of political commentary, like 8.5 years of which I've been like a decently far left, like center left, progressive, libcuck, social values, and everything else. But on this, I have been anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, pro fucking Islamophobia the whole fucking time. I just managed to hide it except for this one comment. Like, give me a fucking break.
Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians, and when you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings.
I didn't even mention, what are we talking about murdering Palestinians here? Also, at the time, all of the big fucking stories were, it was the stupid IDF soldiers going through fucking dressers and wearing clothes and shit. It was retarded. There are pictures of this. They were on.
Correct. It wasn't only that, but it was also just like deeply immoral, bad, wrongful. Don't do that. You have to conduct yourself in a way that shows respect, and that's consistent with some UN investigations and determinations that were made about this and said about this, and also that was echoed by the IDF in Israel as well. Obviously, that was a terrible look for Israel. It really was.
Some big fucking news articles.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah, Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians, and when you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings and even try on their clothes, like a little trophy. If you didn't know that IOF soldiers do this all the time, now you know. Anyway, Destiny is totally on board for the post-slaughtering fashion show, but you got...
And again, I have this this impetus within me to want to jump in and correct Dave Farina's misinformation, but I already did that. This specific video, for anyone who's coming to this for the first time, I'm specifically reacting to Destiny's reactions to Dave's video. But tomorrow, everyone, you got to join me for tomorrow, because I am going to be releasing and going through the document that I've created that outlines all of the statistical information and mathematical information relating to Dave Farina's video. So that will consolidate like how many claims in total that were made by Dave in the video, how much misinformation there was, how many straight up strictly false claims there were. All of that information will be released and gone through. We will go through it tomorrow together on the live stream. So I hope you can be there for that. And again, I need to stress, first of all, love Destiny. Really awesome person to work with. One of the hardest intellectuals I've ever worked with. The hardest working intellectuals I've ever worked with. He really, really does care about intellectual discourse, the world of debate, his political project that he has going on. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring him on and be the star of the anti-Trump debate tour, and continue that with him and continue working with him. And I just wanted to mention that Stephen will be on stage in Vancouver, BC, Canada. I'll be flying home back to Vancouver. I lived in Vancouver for 15 years, but now I live in Oaxaca, Mexico. But Stephen will be going head to head with none other than CEO and leader of Rebel News, Ezra Levant, which is like the right-wing news outlet in Canada. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Really excited for that. That event has sold really well. Also, right before that date, which is September 19th, on the 18th, Not So Erudite, Destiny, and myself will be hanging out on stage, and anyone who wants to debate any of them or myself are going to have a chance to do that on the 18th, the day before. So yeah, lots of content creation. I also wanted to mention about Dave. It's not like that I have hate for Dave now or anything like that, because he doesn't want to work with me after seeing my fact checking video of his video. You know, Dave is worthy of my moral consideration, just like anyone else. You know, I would like to continue working with Dave, but he has told me he doesn't want to continue working with me. So, and that's fine. That's his prerogative. But you know, I don't engage in this, what I see to be immoral, bad, wrongful game of like attacking this person personally, doing hit pieces on these people. I don't do that. If Dave creates a video and does a hit piece on me, I will review it and analyze it. That's his prerogative, but I will give you my honest epistemic and ethical opinion of it if that does happen. There was a message that was sent out that I tweeted out on X that I shared on X that Dave said he was going to be working on a video to dunk on me and Destiny for one of his next videos. So that'll be interesting. That'll give me another video to do a 20-hour analysis on. So we'll see. Or maybe it'll be a much easier analysis. Hopefully.
Guys, stop taking pictures and posting them to social media. You don't want the world to know what complete fucking monsters you are making a joke out of genocide. Keep it to yourself, okay? By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024 where Destiny went all around Israel interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip.
Oh, so we're just lying now. We're just lying now. Because we interviewed Palestinians as well, and we interviewed Palestinian Authority leaders, and we went to the West Bank and we interviewed people too. And we interviewed Palestinians and Arabs that were against the occupation inside of Israel. We interviewed a lady from Bet Salem, interviewed Ahmed Tibi on the Knesset. But yes,
that's true.
All
Destiny,
Israeli funded, no evidence, by the way.
Destiny is clearing up Dave's misinformation there. That's correct.
Here he is with Eylon Levy, the shit stain who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of the genocide. So basically, he's the...
What was that interview about, though?
Here he is with Eylon Levy.
I realized very quickly. Yeah, this was him trying to bring me on here to just say a bunch of positive things about fucking Israel. This was a contentious conversation.
Shit stain who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of the genocide. So basically, he's the guy who sold the world.
This is good, important context, giving you a like Dave's painting. What is actually... people are thinking they're getting a high resolution view of what that interview must have been, you know, if they're buying into what Dave's selling here. But we do know, you know, I ran the analysis on that particular conversation. There was contention in that conversation. Maybe it wasn't the most contentious conversation, but there was disagreement and contention in that conversation.
World on this genocide more than anyone else. He's the one who amplified narratives about beheaded babies and a baby in the oven on October 7th that definitely didn't exist. Hamas using Palestinians as human shields when that's actually what Israel does. The ultra-sophisticated Hamas bases under the hospitals that were never there, shouting about how anyone exposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with...
Is that still up? We're not watching this whole thing.
Like, there will be these big events.
Fuck, I don't even know what... I don't remember any of the specific things we even spoke about. He does this thing that every single fucking person does, because you just have to, I guess, because he's on obviously the mega pro-Israeli side. And anytime I'm talking about, like, yeah, the Palestinian people are kind of fucked up when they do this shit. He's like, absolutely, I agree with you. And I'm like, yeah, Israel's really fucked up when they do this shit. And he's like, whoa, that's where you lose me.
Specifically in this conflict, but you know what, also the Israeli-Palestinian conflict more broadly.
I feel like on a macro level, it feels like because both sides demonize each other so much, both sides will spend so much time trying to exonerate their own side to kind of sometimes a ridiculous amount. I mean, to go, we can get as a razor focus or as macro as you want, but like on a very razor focus level.
This is good. This is a good epistemic posture. Show the evidence.
Things relating to God, there's so many different examples. I guess the most recent thing I was kind of like reading into is like, for instance, like the Great March of Return. The peaceful Great March of Return was started off as like a peaceful idea for people to go to the wall.
Border rights.
Yeah, and like wave flags and like have parades and festivals, and then maybe there were a couple bad actors. That's the story that the pro-Palestinian side gives, and then on the pro.
Well, it's the story they give in English.
It's the story they give in English. Yeah, sure, yeah. And then on the obviously when you actually dig into the events, and not even dig, you just look at the videos posted, everything, and say, okay, well this event was a lot more. I mean, even the idea, the concept of the Great March of Return, when you ask people what that means, a lot of people don't even know what that means. And the idea was, marching through the border wall and going back to, where your original villages were. And the hope was that other Palestinians from other refugee camps would join. And to call that event peaceful is a stretch, I think, even in the intention, let alone the fact that Hamas was active in the early days.
Well, you had Hamas's leaders standing among the crowds telling them you need to rip their hearts out of their chests. And they published maps pointing them how to get to the border communities. I mean, Israel was warning at the time.
Sure, yeah.
But the reason that it had to use gunfire against people storming the border, right, was because of a potential massacre that could be the sort of thing we found out on October 7th.
For sure. Yeah, but then, I mean, also, I'm sympathetic towards the Israeli side because the narrative on the Palestinian side is so much more popular online. But then I also noticed it true for like the Israeli side as well, that there seems to be issues with, and it's annoying because I go to bat sometimes probably for more the pro-Zionist side than the anti-Zionist side just because we argue with online. But, every time a situation comes up,
it's like, you're going to be a contrarian nowadays. Being a contrarian means taking the Israeli
side. Yeah, I guess technically, yeah. But it'll be like, okay, well, this event just happened, a bunch of people died, we'll do an internal investigation. And then sometimes I feel like I never hear the results of that. Or if you look back and you see like, oh, okay, well, XYZ happened or some amount of Palestinians were killed. And I think, man, I would love counterexamples. When I dig back, I feel like no IDF soldier, no Israeli person has ever been held in prison for like more than, I think, 36 months for like...
I think it's like 8 months actually, when I dug even more to that.
Like an actual bad event where they were convicted of, manslaughter or murder or killing of, I don't know if they're called murder or whatever, but killing like people in the West Bank or Palestinians. So yeah, I feel like both sides have issues with being honest about what they're doing, but the Hamas side, the Palestinian side is definitely way more successful in marketing their untruths in the international media, I think.
So specifically on that micro level, there have been so many examples. The fake Israeli airstrike on the Al-Afi hospital when it was a piece of shrapnel.
You can watch this whole interview. It's online. Like, it's generally, every time I try to cite examples, especially when I was in Israel, I always try to give an example on each side because everybody wants to use you to launder their own opinion or whatever. But the whole thing is, it's still online.
Opposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as illegal settlements continue to...
I think every video posted with him was quite contentious. This guy is like the ultra-Zionist spokesperson. This guy is like, I am here to talk about how Jews literally need to have the entire West Bank. Actually, he wouldn't say West Bank. He would say the historic lands of Judea and Samaria all belong to the Jews.
With Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as illegal settlements continue to expand against international law, and a Kahanist who served as a political advisor to Ben-Gvir. Here he is with Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who tried to whitewash the 1948 Nakba.
And that's important context that Stephen's pointing out there. You might want to give some examples from that conversation, like where there was disagreements. Because I think what Dave's selling here is that like this is just a tour around to like talk and have soft conversations and just learn from these people or something like that. That seems to be the general sales pitch. But we did, again, in the first 3 videos of this project, we did a deep dive into this stuff.
Jesus. Most of the great information that even other scholars have about the Nakba has come from Benny Morris's books. But, okay.
Which is the true beginning of this campaign of ethnic cleansing and dispossession of Palestinians. He also did a 2-on-2 debate with Benny against Norman Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch.
Everybody says this, knowing that nobody will watch the debate. And I've asked this, like, over and over and over again. What is an example of something I was incorrect about in this debate? Never a single example. They just say it's...
So that's a good question. Dave should have provided something instead of just saying like, Destiny gets torched and it's a good watch. Like, why not just quickly say like, for example, he said this, that, and the other, and Finkelstein said this. It would, then you qualify this as opposed to just pointing people in that direction, right? By the way, Lex Friedman stopped by a couple nights ago in a super chat and said hello. That was very nice of Lex. I told him we should get together soon and have some conversations, talk about maximizing well-being in the world. So Lex said that he seemed to be not doing so well mental health-wise. So all the best to Lex.
Epic that Finkel Dick was screaming at me the entire fucking time. Here's the Yishai interview. Oh, the one that we did on the fucking Watchtower.
What the fudge are you saying? What the fudge are you saying? We have a state of war to these people. They literally teach jihadism every single day, and you're telling me it's peace. Literally, you turn on PATV, they're telling you to kill Israel, to kill Jewish people.
You're officially in the so-called West Bank. You're officially in the so-called settlements. We just call them towns. This is actually a very beautiful town.
I want to try to watch this. 5 minutes.
And so I'm elected official here, and in the town of Hebron, where we're going today, I'm the spokesman. So I work in 2 different hats, all in the area that was called for the last over 3,000 years the area of Judea, from the tribe of Judah, and even we have documents from 2,500 years ago in the Persian period. They called it Yehud Medinta, which means the Jewish state is here.
Like, we are actually an ethnic minority in this region, and we just have this small, tiny piece of land within the broader Middle East. Broader Middle East has 450 million Arabs, and we are a protectorate, a small Jewish enclave, a tribal land, if you will, that tries to hold on to this piece of land and defend it for our peoplehood. So I don't think of it. You're not going to hear me talk a lot about Israeli democracy and equality for everybody. I don't think that way. My thinking process is that we're an ethnic minority in this region. We have a piece of tribal land, and we have to defend it, just like any tribal area, just like the Kurds in northern Iraq, Kurdistan, or just like, I don't know, the Indians on an American reservation, or any ethnic group of people that wants to keep their place safe from incursion. So that is the way we understand it. So I see this whole thing as like a small little New Jersey-sized plot. Now, within this region, there are 22 Arab countries, and there's more Muslim countries, including Turkey and Iran, giant countries. So there's this small Jewish country. That's what it's there to do. We have minorities living amongst us, and they can live here in peace as long as they...
I don't care, bro. Call me biased. I don't know if I'm stupid, but even though I agree with you on almost everything here, the whole Israel trip felt like a weird whitewashing of Israel. Even though you argued with the crazy people there, it had a very weird vibe to it. That's because Israel is nowhere near as fucked up and crazy and bad as you've been told that it is constantly over here. They definitely do bad things, and they're not beyond reproach. But, like, given the opportunity to go back in time when I said, well, both sides are going to genocide each other, but, I guess I'd probably prefer the Israeli side to the Palestinian side, 100 to 0, obviously. Like, the Israeli side of this conflict is a trillion times more compatible with Western values, Western democracy, cultural values, whatever the fuck else you want to say, than the Hamas side of it. And you're just, if you have to even stop and think about that for a moment. Microsecond, you've lost the plot so much that you're just brain fucked on the entire Middle East. But most people don't give a fuck about the Middle East and don't know about the Middle East and don't care about the Middle East. So
they respect our laws of this tribal area. That's how I see it. And so I'm showing you right now. Now I'm showing you this area that's called the West Bank, but we think of it as the heartland of the Jewish story. The Jewish story. This is like the very heart of the country, physically, security-wise, and also historically and spiritually. Hardcore atheist. Yeah. We'll work on that.
Okay.
It's okay. We'll work on that. It's okay. Like not an atheist, like a hardcore atheist.
Hardcore atheist.
Like not just an atheist. Like
I'm not just not religious. I hate religion.
Right. You told me that you were an atheist. What was the word you used to modify that?
Super atheist.
No, you had another word.
Mega atheist. Hardcore atheist.
Okay, whatever. One of those.
Yeah.
And I said to you, like, well, how can you really be an atheist and totally understand what's going on around here, since really religion plays a part? And you had a good answer to that. So let's start with that. Like I don't know if this building moves you in any way. The Tomb of Abraham.
I mean, from a historical perspective, I think it's a pretty cool building. Obviously, this whole country has cool landmarks historically. There are things that I might not have a personal, spiritual or emotional connection to, but I can appreciate other people's emotional or spiritual connections to things. I'm sure we've all had, wives or girlfriends or friends that like a particular movie or like a particular thing, and you can appreciate their appreciation of it, or you can appreciate a particular thing without necessarily being into it.
This floor is original Herodian floor. This is a 2,000-year-old floor that's been walked on every day in honor of the forefathers and mothers. It has not been broken. This is the original floor of the building. That's pretty amazing. Some of these stones are many tons. Okay, and behind us is the.
Why am I watching the first 5 minutes of this? I think this is the tomb of the patriarchs and matriarchs.
Marker for the tomb of Abraham. Why I say marker? Because the tombs of the forefathers and mothers are below the building. Okay. They're below the building. This building was established as a mausoleum, a place to honor the forefathers and mothers. When Herod established it, he put these markers to mark Abraham. But you should ask me.
I would argue that Destiny got more pro-Pally after the trip. I don't know. The West Bank shit was pretty fucked, obviously. I mean...
Question. You told me that it was forefathers and mothers, right? Here's the tomb of marker.
So on Destiny's trip to Israel, Destiny generally behaved more like a visiting interviewer or student than like a combative debate persona. The general tone was a mix of for the most part, non-confrontational interactions. With Israeli conservatives and settlers in Hebron, Destiny and Lonerbox were guided by Yishai Fleischer, the international spokesperson for Hebron's Jewish community and a prominent religious nationalist advocate. Fleischer described the visit as a fact-finding mission, and the discussion concerned October 7th, Israel's position and who had gained or lost from the war. The presentation was friendly and welcoming. Destiny did not simply endorse every settler claim, but his style was exploratory, asking how the speaker understood the history, security, and territorial issues rather than aggressively confronting the morality or legality of settlement activity. In reflective Israeli podcast conversation, his conversation with Tamir Dortel was calm and analytical. Jesse discussed his surprise that Tel Aviv felt relatively normal rather than like an active war zone, emphasized historical and cultural context, and discussed Hamas, failed peace efforts, and possible resolutions. Destiny was not simply reciting an Israeli government script. His established positions included criticism of settlement expansion, Netanyahu and the Israeli right, failures preceding October 7th, annexationist ambitions, the absence of a credible political plan for Palestinians, some Israeli military and political decisions. He also traveled through parts of the West Bank and encountered Palestinians and Israeli critics. The trip was apparently extensive. The accompanying camera operator described a 2-week journey involving more than 60 recorded interviews, although much of that footage was not immediately released. The publicly circulated interviews may not represent every conversation that occurred. Was the trip Israeli-funded propaganda? That allegation has not been substantiated. Yeah, so I think it's accurate to say that there were some confrontational moments, but largely non-confrontational, curious, cordial. Yeah. All right.
The tomb of Sarah, and the other side is the marker for the tomb of Abraham. They're buried and represented as side by side, mothers and fathers. Mothers and fathers. This is very important because this is about peoplehood. Okay?
Is there like a special ceremony or something for going in and cleaning, or does nobody?
Well, that's a whole complex thing because the cleaning is controlled actually by the Muslim Waqf, and they don't do such a great job of cleaning it. But they control the inner rooms, and we control these rooms. And then 10 days a year, they get full control of the site. 10 days a year, we get full control of the site. And so there's a kind of deal that's been worked out. Over here is the doors that lead to the tomb of Isaac and Rebecca, which are on the other side, on the Muslim side.
Okay. I don't know why ads wanted me to watch the 5-minute tour of the tomb here, but okay. Thank you, ads.
Those are the markers. The markers.
Thank
All
you,
the
ads.
tombs are underneath the building. Okay. But this room is very meaningful to people because it's Abraham and Sarah. So when you bring here Christians in the world, Abraham, the story of Abraham. Oh, this is a shrine.
Yeah, walk through the shrine, walk through this building, walked up and down these steps.
Okay.
Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Balin, former Minister of Religious Services.
Wait, sorry, hold on.
Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly.
Yair Golan, I think, was representing this is a left-leaning leader of a center-left or left party or whatever. Nas Daily makes content. I don't know if it's all pro-Israeli or not. It might be. It wouldn't surprise me because the Elon guy wanted to come to this party. This is where we went to. And then we watched he was doing videos recently. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of his stuff was pro-Israeli now.
Content creator who whitewashes the occupation. Yossi Beilin, former minister of religious service.
Yossi Beilin was fuck. It's been so long since I've done Israel Palestine. He tried to put together a super comprehensive peace plan after the Oslo Accords failed. Was he part of the? Was he one of the architects of Oslo I for Yossi Beilin? It's been too long. Fuck. I think he was part of Oslo I. I think. Yes. Yeah. Led to the adoption of 93 Oslo Accords. I don't know why you.
Don, I would love for you to take me to Israel someday. Don, say hello to Don. One of my partners in crime says Israel is wonderful. You should visit. I would love to visit Israel. When it's safe, I would love to visit Palestine.
You would just describe him as a prior religious minister. That's really weird. Well, it's not weird. It's because this guy has no idea who this guy is at all, and he just probably looked up a random thing about him. But that's why we interviewed him.
Beilin, former Israeli politician. Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation. Yossi Beilin, former minister of religious services of Israel. Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician.
I think that guy was Shin Bet. Is the internal security might have been?
And Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier.
Destiny is just like, fallibalistically trying to remember who these people are. He could just be quickly looking that up.
The British journalist guy.
Haddad, genocide propagandist.
Okay, that's who they got.
Real. Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician. And Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier.
This guy, though, is a unashamed. You can always find a nicer name for your token figures. This guy, now, of all the people that he's shown, this guy right here is like an Arab who is unashamedly, massively pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist. He is like the guy that I think Israel would bring out to like do
like Uncle Tom type.
Well, that's mean, but he's like, this is our guy to show how Arabs really want Israel to occupy everything. 100%, 1,000,000%, yeah.
Haddad, genocide propagandist. That's not even the full lineup. He has long playlists with way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. With way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with.
So this palling around here was us getting kicked out of the West Bank by a crazy settler dude, and then the IDF showed up to check our IDs, and then we got kicked out. I don't know how we're palling around here, but okay.
IOF terrorists, and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home.
We weren't reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. I think this man's son or father lived in a house, and then I believe he's an Arab Palestinian, and then we went through the weird... I took a ton of pictures of this. Fuck, it's been a long time since what was the story for this? There was like I think it was a Palestinian guy who lived in a house, and like the Israeli people, or maybe it might have been the Israeli owner of the home or whatever, would come and like dump a ton of trash in his fucking front yard. It was a pretty fucked up story. But this is like a pro-Palestinian story. So I don't know where he's getting like reenact taking over the house or something. Like all this trash and shit was supposedly dumped by Israeli neighbors until this guy would leave his home. But okay.
We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbara field trip. Destiny was recruited by Israel to publish content to brainwash American liberals into...
This is just straight libel slander, no? I mean, I would say, yeah, 100%.
Denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. Want more? Here he is mocking the death...
This guy was mega sus. I would have to go back and read why. I don't remember. This is a long time ago. But this guy was... Every single Palestinian is like a poet or journalist or medical professional. Like you notice this. It's like 13-year-old killed. He was actually a member of the press, and he was a doctor in training, and he was a journalist and a poet and a singer-songwriter. And it's like, okay.
Death of Palestinian poet.
So I don't think it's a good epistemic posture or ethical to hand wave away these issues of dead people. You should get down to what the actual facts of the matter is. Facts of the matter are, if that information is available. It's not always going to be available, but just because like prominent people are dying who were doctors, teachers, or whatever, doesn't mean there's a conspiracy. People need to stop falling into that conspiratorial line drawing. It's everywhere. It's a bug, not a feature. Gotta uproot it, weed it out.
poet Rifat Al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out against genocide. And what a horrible father he is for having children absolutely—
I don't know if I'd say he deserved to be murdered, but I'm pretty sure this was a guy who remained in the northern part of Gaza after, like, evac orders were given, and he stayed there with his whole fucking family, and then they they end up getting bombed and killed. But
just for anyone that might not know, I've already done the 20-hour full analysis of Dave Farina's video. What I'm analyzing here today is not Dave Farina's claims in the video, but Destiny's reaction to what Dave's video is saying. I want to hear what he was saying here.
Palestinians.
We weren't reenacting the stealing of a— been these really
to brainwash American liberals into—
This is just straight libel slander, no? I mean, I would say, yeah, 100%.
denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian poet Rifat Al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. Want more? Here he is mocking the death—
based on this the issue of this poet, which we did investigate. This was a poet who was killed. That is true.
It was mega sus. I would have to go back and read why. I don't remember. This is a long time ago. But this guy was— every single Palestinian is like a poet.
I just want to recheck Rifat Al-Arir for a second. Yes, I remember this case. They felt that they had no other place to go. So he was killed on December 6, 2023 in an Israeli airstrike on his sister's apartment in Gaza City. His brother, sister, and several of his sister's children were also killed. Al-Arir was internationally known for teaching young Palestinians to tell their experiences in English and for editing Gaza Writes Back and Gaza Unsilenced. Shortly before his death, he published the poem If I Must Die, which subsequently became widely circulated. He was also controversial. Before October 7th, he described the Hamas-led attack as comparable to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, language that the BBC later called offensive. That does not make him a combatant or lawful military target, of course. Was he deliberately targeted? That remains unproven, but there are grounds for serious suspicion. Euromed Human Rights Monitor reported that the strike hit the specific second floor apartment where he was staying rather than destroying the entire three-story building. He had reportedly received online death threats. A friend said Al-Arir had received a call from someone claiming to be an Israeli officer who knew his location. So these are claims that have to be professionally adjudicated. Euromed therefore called the strike apparently deliberate and requested an investigation. However, the purported threatening call was not independently authenticated, and no public Israeli operational record has established that Al-Arir himself was the intended target. So Al-Arir and members of his family were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Evidence about the precision of the airstrike and reported prior threats raised credible possibility that he was specifically targeted, but intentional targeting has not been conclusively established by an independent judicial investigation. There also was, and I think it was with this case, there was some misinformation saying that he and his children were killed, but it was his but that wasn't correct. The correct story was that his brother, sister, and several of his sister's children were also killed along with him.
Poet or journalist or medical professional, you notice this. It's like 13-year-old killed. He was actually a member of the press, and he was a doctor in training, and he was a journalist and a poet and a singer-songwriter. And it's like, okay.
Death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out against genocide. And what a horrible father he is for having children absolutely...
I don't know if I'd say he deserved to be murdered, but I'm pretty sure this was a guy who remained in the northern part of Gaza after like evac orders were given, and he stayed there with his whole fucking family, and then they end up getting bombed and killed. But okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to double check this, but based on my memory of going through this previously, the order was given to evacuate northern Gaza, and then they felt as though they had nowhere to go, and they decided that they were going to take the risk and stay put. So Rafat Alir remained in northern Gaza after Israel's October 13th, 2023 mass evacuation order directed roughly 1.1 million residents to move south. He told CNN that he, his wife, and 6 children decided to stay because they had nowhere else to go. Yes. He also was reported saying, "We are not leaving because we don't want another Nakba." His family later moved among several locations within Gaza City, including an UNRWA school and relatives' homes, but apparently did not evacuate to southern Gaza. He was killed at his sister's apartment, like we've already discussed. Yeah, I mean, if I'm in that situation and I know that there's been a warning that you must evacuate because striking is going to occur, I'm even if I feel as though there's no place to go, I'm taking my family out of there. But these are difficult decisions that people have to make. Surely some people might have made those decisions and didn't lose their life as a result. There must have been some cases of that, but yeah, it's hard to imagine being in that situation, but I just feel, the best I can imagine being in that situation, I would get my family together and get out of there. But
Okay. Anywhere, since Israel bombs literally everywhere all the time, including and especially the places where they specifically tell Palestinians to go.
That's not true, but okay.
People have been telling us that
we're going to be pushing through to the end tonight, folks. I just missed a "that's not true" thing here.
Long time ago, but this guy was... Every single Palestinian is like a poet or journalist or medical professional. You notice this. It's like 13-year-old killed. He was actually a member of the press, and he was a doctor in training, and he was a journalist and a poet and a singer-songwriter. And it's like, okay.
Death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted in...
I also will recognize that I understand Desi's not being exact there. He's being somewhat hyperbolic, albeit insensitive when comparing it to what we're actually talking about.
Murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out against genocide. And what a horrible father he is for having children absolutely...
I don't know if I'd say he deserved to be murdered, but I'm pretty sure this was a guy who remained in the northern part of Gaza after like evac orders were given, and he stayed there with his whole fucking family, and then they end up getting bombed and killed. But okay.
Anywhere, since Israel bombs literally everywhere all the time, including and especially the places where they specifically tell Palestinians to go.
That's not true, but okay.
people have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going to the country, that has been kept on a caloric...
So there is when Palestinians are told to go places, there are instances where there have been questionable strikes that have happened within safe zones, partly because in some cases a rocket will be fired from those safe zones. There's at least one case of that happening. So I just wanted to add that context.
Deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in, where all the people died for
And now we're years and years and years in.
starvation. Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation.
That's hundreds? I've never seen that number. You have to go deep into the Al Jazeera archives to find that number. Hundreds? Even hundreds I haven't. But remember, the United Nations, they
I'm trying to find my. I'm just going to pull this up again. Destiny is showing skepticism with regards to hundreds of cases of starvation and malnutrition.
A caloric deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in, where all the people died for
and now we're years and years and years in.
starvation. Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation.
That's
The latest consolidation figure we could locate is UN reporting is 463 deaths attributed to malnutrition or starvation in Gaza since October 2023, including 157 children, as reported by Gaza's Ministry of Health and cited by OCHA on October 11th, 2025. That figure should be treated as a reported minimum, not a complete epidemiological accounting. Gaza's damaged hospitals, disrupted surveillance, and interaction of hunger with infection make hunger-related deaths particularly difficult to identify. Yeah, so hundreds of deaths by malnutrition and starvation is correct. Including 157 children.
hundreds? I've never seen that number. You have to go deep into the Al Jazeera archives to find that number. Hundreds?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to go into the Al Jazeera alcoves to find that number. This is sourced by IPC Info, UNICEF, and the WHO. And Reuters. Yeah, I mean, Stephen should just look this up in this situation. You got to treat these kinds of claims with due seriousness and epistemic responsibility. That's the ethical thing to do here.
Even hundreds, but remember, the United Nations, they released a report saying that more Palestinians were at, it's like IPC level 5 of malnourishment and famine or whatever, that there were more Palestinians classified under starvation than all the other people starving in the world combined. I'm not misspeaking. All the other people in the world combined, there were not as many starving people as there were Palestinians.
That sounds like an absurd claim. I want to investigate that. I also want to make sure we get the exact wording right here.
I don't know if I'd say he deserved to be murdered, but I'm pretty sure this was a guy who remained in
a caloric deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in. Where are all the people dying for starvation?
And now we're years and years and years in.
Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation.
That's hundreds? I've never seen that number. You have to go deep into the Al Jazeera archives to find that number. Hundreds? Even hundreds. But remember, the United Nations, they released a report saying that more Palestinians were at, it's like IPC level 5 of malnourishment and famine or whatever, that there were more Palestinians classified under starvation than all the other people starving in the world combined. I'm not misspeaking.
Yeah, let's look at the IPC Phase 5 catastrophe. The relevant measure was IPC Phase 5 catastrophe, the most severe food insecurity classification. The December 2023 IPC assessment estimated about 378,000 Gazans in Phase 5. A UK statement to the UN summarized that report by saying there were more people in Phase 5 in Gaza than in the rest of the world combined. The later 2024 global report on food crisis gave an even clearer comparison. Approximately 705,000 people worldwide were classified in Phase 5 during 2023. About 576,600 of them, roughly 80%, were in Gaza. Therefore, Gaza had more people in that category than all the other monitored countries combined. So the statement, a defensible statement is, at that time of December 2023, more people in Gaza were classified at the catastrophic famine-like IPC Phase 5 level than in the rest of the IPC monitored world combined. But the following wording would be false. There were more starving Palestinians than starving people everywhere else in the world. And I think Stephen said something close to that. I know it's annoying, but I want to hear it one more time.
Report saying that more Palestinians were at, it's like IPC level 5 of malnourishment and famine or whatever, that there were more Palestinians classified under starvation than all the other people starving in the world combined. I'm not
So there were more starving Palestinians than starving people everywhere else in the world combined. Wasn't quite the claim that Stephen made. So the defensible statement is, at that time, more people in Gaza were classified at the catastrophic famine-like IPC phase 5 level than in the rest of the IPC monitored world combined. So the best correct wording here: at the height of the early Gaza hunger crisis, Gaza contained roughly 80% of all people globally classified in catastrophic famine-like conditions by the principal international food crisis monitoring system, more than all other monitored crises combined. Wait, did I lose my what just happened there? Sorry, I'm just trying to find my there we go. I don't know how I lost that, but that's that. All right. Ah, that's what happened. I had some random window. I didn't need that. All right.
Speaking. All the other people in the world combined, there were not as many starving people as there were Palestinians. And somehow, day after day, week after week, month after month, somehow they all seem to have clothes on. None of them seem like emaciated. Like sometimes you'll get videos of kids that have like cystic fibrosis or some horrible ailment or whatever. But
he asks where the dead people are, and
yeah, I think Stephen is hand waving away a real dire crisis here. So this wasn't just like some like it's like, oh yeah, I guess they determined that this was the case. Maybe it wasn't really that accurate or something like that. No, this was a legitimate determination by the principal international food crisis monitoring system. This is supported by Gov UK, WHO, PolitiFact, WFP, IPC. Yeah, I mean this determination is taken very seriously. So
can't even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another Jason during this genocide. He asks where the dead people are.
Sam Harris. I don't know how hard it would be to find. I am curious, like, for these pictures, if they even... There's so much dumb shit about this, but I don't know. We were told for years that there were starving people. And for some reason, like, it just never... All the deaths or whatever didn't happen. Like, meanwhile, other...
That's wrong. That's wrong, Stephen. That's wrong that all the deaths never happened. At least 463 Palestinians, including 157 children, were officially reported to have died from starvation or malnutrition. This is the accepted data according to WHO, IPC, UNICEF, Reuters, IPC. And the reason why it's framed as at least is there's a particular plausibility factor here that there are probably deaths that were caused by starvation or malnutrition that perhaps were not documented or recorded in that way. But, we don't even have to go with that. But there are verified starvation, malnutrition deaths.
Other countries that have like these massive famines, there are tons of people that die. I want to say in Yemen it was like 60,000
children died of starvation. Died of starvation.
Even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another genocide-supporting piece of shit and incredible disappointment of a human being. Who knows? He may deserve a video at some point as well.
So you don't even deserve to be in
What do you want him to admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah, you tell me.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel's preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated
Why
by
would cookies be
military.
prevented from going in?
And
What
look
were
at
Castle
this.
rockets filled with?
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah.
I mean, there were videos of people that would boil products to extract sugar to use it to launch some of the earlier crude rockets. The actual explanation for this apparently was that they had a whitelist for things that could go in, and then people would try to ship something in, and then they wouldn't be allowed. So they would say, well, this thing has been specifically forbidden, when that's not really the case. They just had apparently a whitelist of stuff that was allowed to go in. But
With sugar.
That is true. They had a list. And I want to deal with this sugar issue again. We'll be pushing through right to the end today, folks. Thank you so much for the super chat. Heavens Feel, really appreciate that. This is going back to the critique Israel also had on the methods of IPC was using, which we already talked a little bit about before. Let's dive in. This is good. Let's dive into the critiques Israel also had on the methods of that IPC was using. And again, like everything we're going through, everyone, this may eventually be professionally adjudicated and new evidence will come to light. And we should be, open to update on those things. Bayesian reasoning, right? The idea that if new evidence comes to light, we will incorporate that evidence into our belief making, our belief structures. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Ooh, a hot dog. Wow. Gracias, Lucio. My nephew, Lucio, brought me a hot dog. Wow, lucky me. So first, were militants boiling sugar for rockets? Yes, there's real factual basis, but boiling sugar for rockets is oversimplified. Some Palestinian militant groups historically manufactured simple Quasm-type rockets using a homemade solid propellant in which sugar served as the fuel. Potassium nitrate, often derived from fertilizer, served as the oxidizer, and ingredients were heated or cooked into a solid propellant. Oops. There we go. I just wanted to get that one rolling. So militants were not merely boiling ordinary sugar by itself. They were processing sugar with an oxidizing chemical to create what is sometimes called sugar propellant or rocket candy. This mainly concerns crude, locally manufactured rockets. More sophisticated rockets used by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad can employ other propellants and imported components. Sugar alone is not enough. The important controlled material is usually the oxidizer and associated rocket manufacturing equipment. Ordinary food products containing sugar are not readily equivalent to military propellant. It does not automatically justify blocking cookies, sweets, or general food supplies. Even if sugar can have a dual use, restrictions must still be necessary, proportionate, and designed to avoid depriving civilians of food. Using the rocket propellant issued to defend sweeping food restrictions could be misleading. So again, when it comes to looking at claims of genocide, these are some of the things that might be adjudicated by the ICJ. That is very good. Don Dunn said, I don't think Destiny was saying people didn't die, but he is saying that compared to the crisis level designation, compared to other crisis designations, the deaths didn't materialize as expected. Yeah, I mean, but he's saying what hundreds of deaths? Where are the bodies? You know, he's saying things like this. Where are they? You know, he's denying hundreds of deaths. There have been hundreds of deaths based on the current available evidence from starvation and malnutrition. All right. Let's look at, by the way, again, thank you so much for the super chat, Heavens Feel. We're going to look into the issue of critiques Israel had on the methods of IPC, on the methods IPC was using. Israel raised real methodological objections to the IPC's Gaza assessments, but saying Israel criticized the methodology does not mean the criticism successfully disproved the findings. Some Israeli criticisms identified genuine uncertainty in the available data and projections. Other criticisms misrepresented ordinary IPC procedures as invented or fraudulent. What Israel objected to. Number one, incomplete or unrepresentative data. Israel argued that the IPC relied upon partial surveys from humanitarian organizations, selected clinics and areas that might overrepresent severely affected people. It especially objected to the use of incomplete July 2025 malnutrition data to establish a rising trend. Israel also claimed that some underlying sources were connected to Hamas or Gaza authorities and therefore insufficiently independent. This is a legitimate methodological concern. Conducting representative household surveys in an active war zone involving displacement, inaccessible areas, and destroyed health systems is extraordinarily difficult. The IPC itself acknowledged limited evidence and declined to classify North Gaza in August 2025 because there was insufficient data, even though it suspected conditions were equally severe or worse. But limited data do not mean fabricated data. IPC famine reviews are specifically designed to use multiple forms of evidence and expert inference when conventional surveys are impossible. Number two, failure to count all food entering Gaza. Israel argued that IPC analysis underestimated humanitarian aid shipments, commercial food imports, private sector deliveries, locally available stocks, changes in supply and food prices. This was an important issue during the March 2024 famine projection. The IPC forecast famine in northern Gaza on the assumption that severely restricted access would persist. Food and non-food deliveries subsequently increased, along with nutrition, sanitation, and health responses. In June 2024, the IPC itself concluded that the available evidence did not show famine was then occurring. That means the March projection was not simply a projection that failed under unchanged circumstances. It was a condition warning, and some of the conditions changed. However, counting tons of food or trucks crossing the border does not alone establish that food reached households. Analysts must also consider distribution inside Gaza, military restrictions and unsafe routes, looting or interception, market prices, household income, cooking fuel, water availability, whether food reached the most deprived areas. Food can be physically present within a territory while particular populations are still starving. The malnutrition threshold. Traditional famine analysis commonly uses a threshold of 30% global acute malnutrition measured by weight for height, known as WHZ. The 2025 IPC assessment also relied upon a threshold of approximately 15% measured through mid-upper arm circumference, or MUAC. Israel alleged that IPC had invented or improperly lowered the threshold to produce a famine finding. That accusation is misleading. IPC's published protocols explicitly permit approximately 30% GAM using weight for height, or approximately 15% GAM using MUAC. The two measurements identify overlapping but not identical groups of children, so different numerical thresholds are required. IPC also says MUAC must be interpreted alongside contextual evidence because its relationship with weight for height varies between populations. Therefore, questioning whether the MUAC samples were representative is legitimate. Claiming that IPC invented the 15% threshold specifically for Gaza is false. Mortality calculations. Famine normally requires evidence that non-trauma mortality has exceeded 2 deaths per 10,000 people per day, or 4 deaths per 10,000 children under 5 per day. Israel argued that IPC dramatically inflated mortality by extrapolating from incomplete reports rather than counting documented starvation deaths. This is probably the most technically considerable part of famine classification in Gaza. Gaza lacked a complete functioning mortality surveillance system. Hospitals were damaged, people died outside medical facilities, and causes of death were difficult to establish. Malnutrition also kills indirectly through infection, diarrhea, organ failure, and inability to recover from injuries. IPC procedures therefore allow inference and lower reliability evidence in inaccessible areas. A famine classification may be based on, quote, reasonable evidence and convergence among household food deprivation, malnutrition, mortality, and causal conditions rather than a perfect death registry. That method creates greater uncertainty than an intact nationwide survey, but insisting upon complete mortality records from a collapsed health system could also make famine formally impossible to recognize until long after the deaths have occurred. And then predictions that did not materialize. Israel repeatedly argued that IPC had forecast famine before and that those forecasts had proved false. There is some truth here. Famine projected for northern Gaza in spring 2024 was not subsequently confirmed as occurring during that period, but IPC explicitly attributed the changed outcome to increased food entry and expanded humanitarian intervention beyond what had been assumed in the projection. This illustrates how famine warnings are supposed to work. A warning prompts intervention, conditions improve, the predicted famine is prevented. That cannot automatically be counted as evidence that the warning was fraudulent. It would be like claiming a hurricane evacuation warning was false because evacuation prevented deaths. At the same time, analysts should clearly distinguish famine currently observed, famine considered likely, famine projected under specific assumptions, catastrophic household hunger that does not yet satisfy all three area level famine thresholds. Public reporting has sometimes blurred those distinctions. Israel's exclusion from the process. Israel said it was excluded from the review and that data supplied by COGAT were ignored. The IPC system is not intended to be controlled by a party to the conflict. Famine findings are reviewed by an independent famine review committee made up by specialists in food security, nutrition, health, and livelihoods. Its function is to provide additional quality control when famine is alleged or disputed. Israeli government data should be examined where relevant, especially border entry and inspection data. But Israel is simultaneously a source of potentially valuable data, a belligerent, controlling belligerent controlling much of the access, and a party with a powerful legal and reputational interest in denying starvation. Its information cannot simply be disregarded, but neither should Israel possess a veto over the assessment. Did outside authorities accept Israel's critique? Not generally. In January 2026, the British government said it regarded IPCC's methodology as long-standing and robust and expressly rejected COGAT's methodological response. The IPC also maintained its August 2025 famine finding and later reported that conditions improved following the October ceasefire and increased humanitarian and commercial access. By late 2025, it described famine conditions as having been offset while emphasizing that severe hunger remained. That sequence is more consistent with IPCC's causal account. Restrictions and conflict worsened hunger, increased access, and the ceasefire improved it. It does not independently prove that every earlier estimate was exact, but it undermines the proposition that no genuine famine process existed. So the final assessment here for this, at least where we're at right now, Israel's strongest methodological points were: data were unusually incomplete, geographical sampling may not always have been representative, aid and commercial flows changed rapidly, projections depended heavily on assumptions, mortality estimates were inherently uncertain, public descriptions sometimes failed to distinguish famine risk from confirmed famine. Israel's weakest claims were that the IPC invented the 15% MUAC threshold. That changed projections proved deliberate fraud, that food entering Gaza necessarily reached people who needed it, that incomplete recorded mortality proves starvation deaths were absent, that the entire IPC process merely repeated Hamas's data. So the academically responsible conclusion here is, at least at this point with what's known, Israel raised legitimate questions about sampling, mortality inference, aid accounting, and conditional forecasting. Those questions justify uncertainty ranges and careful terminology, but they do not justify dismissing the IPC as fabricated propaganda. The IPC used an established international framework, disclosed important data limitations, subjected its conclusions to independent famine review, and revised its assessments when conditions changed. So embassies.gov.il, IPC info, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Reuters, Knesset.gov, mod.gov.il. All right. Thank you again so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. I totally earned a bite of that hot dog.
We're going to deny Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used.
First of all, no, not allowed back in because it's more sophisticated, right?
That's right. There has to be a blockade to prevent food from getting to starving Gazans because they will use the sugar.
We're starving. It's just like, it's the weirdest starvation of all time, where the population has been continuing to grow. You're not having people dying of...
That's wrong, Stephen. There was starving and malnutrition.
Malnourishment. You have like an obesity rate that's higher than like every other Arab country on the planet. You have like... Not to say that it's good, not to say that it's acceptable, but like when you lie about every single fucking thing that you talk about for this region, it just makes... I don't know how to even fucking engage.
To make rocket...
You engage in good, sound epistemic standards. like we're doing here today.
That just came out of his dumb fuck face. Starving 2 million people to death is cool.
These are the...
Because we can't have tiny dinky little rockets damaging a bus stop while Israel continues to carpet bomb Gaza on a regular basis. Fuck me. What?
Someone just said, this man is eating while researching starvation. Oh man, that's dark. That's dark. But it's at that hour of the night where that hit me in the funny bone. Oh man, you got me there, partner. I'm just scarfing down a hot dog here while discussing starvation and malnutrition deaths. I think if Dave is going to if Dave is going to do a hit piece on me, maybe I should just send him that clip of me eating a hot dog discussing starvation, just so I can save him a bit of work, because that definitely has to be incorporated into that hit piece.
What an asshole.
Genocide is a special crime that has two elements. One of the elements requires some kind of destruction of a people or taking away their children or sterilization, something like that, an obvious thing. But the second part is a highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent is what makes genocide so unique. And there are so many things related to genocide that don't apply to modern military conflict that you should take note of, because when you start to apply genocide in the way it's being applied to Israel, it basically would be applied to every single conflict.
No, it wouldn't, you delusional asshat. Israel's genocide is not a military conflict. Palestinians don't have a military. They're a prisoner population being indiscriminately slaughtered.
What is Hamas? So who did October 7th?
While their land is demolished and stolen. That's why it's a fucking genocide. There is no conflict happening in the world today that better fits the definition of genocide that he just listed, and yet it doesn't apply to Israel because reasons. In this clip, he also states that the invasion of Rafah needs to happen. Ethnic cleansing is not a real thing. He tries to deny the systematic sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners. It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going...
You understand?
Why does he have so much fuel on this video and doesn't want to engage? Because I think generally he has he's got a comprehensive understanding of the science topics that he talks about. So for debates related to flat Earth or whatever else, he can navigate these arguments in a sophisticated manner because he knows a lot about the topics. From everything I've seen him debate on those topics, he seems to know a lot about those topics. For this one, he literally is just copy pasting headlines and then asking AI and then ripping TikTok videos. Funnily enough, the same way that any of the conspiracy people that he debates would be arguing their point.
Real quick thing, you understand that transfer is not the same thing.
And yes, like I mentioned earlier, any idiot can use AI tools like an idiot. If you want to use AI tools successfully, in an epistemically sound way, you need to garner an education in how to do that. Or else you're going to have problems with AI sycophantry, trying to just give you the answers that you want, or hallucinations and things like this. But human beings are way worse at hallucinating than literally any AI system I've ever used.
As ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that that's a euphemism.
Hold on,
right?
No.
That's right. If Israel was to forcibly transfer all Palestinians out of their territories to keep the land for themselves...
So, yeah, someone said has no military, just so transparently wrong. Yeah, I mean, and just so everyone's clear, I am specifically analyzing Destiny's response to the video that I've already responded to for 20 hours in my analysis. So I'm focusing on Destiny here, but yes, Hamas is a military, of course.
Effectively cleansing the land of the indigenous ethnic group. That wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. How silly. My BFF Benny Morris told me so.
I think a broad general problem with
Benny Morris. Damn.
Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe Jewish conspiracies are the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. The Jews control all of the West, all of the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah, it's probably a problem.
This is a fucking insane thing to say out loud. Arabs in the Middle East have been dealing with Western imperialist aggression for their entire lives. Palestinians watched Zionist militias invade in the 1940s and murder entire bloodlines while stealing entire villages. They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers while
The bullshit map. The map! Not the map!
a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their family.
So yeah, we covered this map extensively the other night. It's very misleading in the most low resolution way you can imagine. There are maybe some useful things that could be pulled, information that could be pulled out of it, like slide by slide, but the entire thing in general is a real problem. But I've covered it a lot, and Destiny just all he said was no, not the map, the fake map. So yeah, it's quite reasonable to call it a fake map. It doesn't mean that every single thing on it is fake, but it's not a true depiction of Palestinian movement over time or accurately depicting land rule and things like that.
Family members slaughtered, their homes stolen with all of their possessions inside. If someone came to your house with guns, murdered a few members of your family, and then forced the rest of you to leave with just the shirt
on. SS Severin says, Pangburn, what is your AI, is your AI system accessible for people? Is your AI system accessible for people to use themselves? At some point, I'm going to actually create a document that people can really upload into any large language model AI system that can be uploaded and committed to the memory of that AI system, and then you will have an operating Pangburn AI system. It will there will be one available for my specifically my ethical standards, so that the system knows my ethical standards like Pangburn ethics, and then one for my epistemic standards, knowledge making. And then one document will have, if you want both, in your system. So I plan on doing that and authoring that at some point, and it'll be a pretty extensive document that needs to be, your AI system needs to be trained on. But yes, eventually I will have that available, but I will be giving it away for free, of course.
on your back while they kept your house and all your stuff, your hatred of those people would not be based on any fucking conspiracy. And this is not ancient history. There are people still alive today that were displaced during the Nakba, and many more from 1967 when Israel did it all again. These are victims of Western colonialism and a cult of Jewish supremacy. But this kind of dismissive bullshit doesn't work on American supporters of Palestine either. People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale. It's Israel. It's Zionists, both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous...
By the way, the UN does describe Hamas as a military wing, still considered a type of military. So, a military in this context.
This level of control, most obviously in the media. The pro-Israel bias across nearly all Western media outlets is so blatant that to deny it is pure insanity. It's so self-evident that I don't even feel the need to expand on that statement. Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity. Owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison, the Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok, and for the exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape, while also having their hands in military AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives. Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, the Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do when she got there? She gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley, who publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing where Bari wants it to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh?
This is like a speech from American History X. True!
Speaking of which, let's move on to the American government. To deny the overwhelming Israeli influence on American politics is even dumber than denying media influence. In 2024, AIPAC spent $126 million supporting pro-Israel candidates and smearing anyone who dares utter a word against them, which is why not a single Republican senator or representative, and even very few Democrats, will publicly oppose Israel. This is a foreign country severely influencing U.S. elections and undermining the democratic process. This shit runs so deep that it even trickles down to positions that have nothing to do with foreign policy. Check out this clip from when Mamdani was running for mayor of New York. Hey candidates, first foreign visit as mayor. Where would you go?
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? That's right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, two of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines.
My fourth trip to Israel. Like, they gave me a fucking punch card. On my 5th one, I got a free ice cream cone at the wall.
The global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
All of them except Mamdani would visit Israel. They're so excited and so proud to brag about how much they love Israel, the genocidal
Yeah, there's a lot of Jews in New York City, bro. It's cringe, but
ethno-state, and how as the mayor...
It's not cringe. I know, like, I like the light-hearted posture and the joking and stuff. There needs to be more of that in intellectualism, but I don't want to see that getting in the way of our foundational ethical standards or our epistemic standards.
Of New York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel. Why? Why the fuck would they do that? This isn't the president, not the Secretary of State, not even a senator, a goddamn mayor.
Sorry. I'm sorry. It's because Israel is watching constantly.
It makes no sense. Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken.
How about when weird pro-Pally shit infects the media so much, the mayor of New York City is talking about how he's going to arrest the fucking prime minister of fucking Israel. I'm going to act an ICC warrant.
Come on, bro. Oh my God. I can't wait till everybody sinks into the Mediterranean and we don't have to ever talk about this fucking region again.
Anyone who denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well, Destiny is one such asshole, and it's finally time to listen to him talk some shit about me. Ready for this thing? Let's dive in.
I wish you'd mentioned anti-Semitism less. You have genuine important points to make regarding Zionism and genocide, arguably more, or important as debunking pseudoscience, but bringing them into all sorts of pseudoscience debunking just muddies the water. You helped me deprogram from my scientifically absurd upbringing, and for that I'll forever be grateful. Please help others understand Avi is a grifter fraud without bringing Judaism into it one step at a time, mate. There's no muddying the waters here, sweetie.
Bro. Shit. I remember reading... Dude, Dave's comments on this video were fucking wild. Holy shit.
Avi is a Zionist douche. Using the Zionist play for deception and victimization.
No. This was it was either a subreddit post about his video or the comments on his video. But basically like a Jewish fan would show up and they'd be like, hey man, like I agree that like this guy is really bad in the misinformation, but like do you really have to call him a Zionist crazy person when that's not relevant at all? And he was like, listen here. I get into the mind of the Jew, and I find them like... And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you don't. This is Nazism right here. Right? It is. Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to do this, but whatever.
That's right, folks. I'm a neo-Nazi for pointing out Zionist tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception Israel engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior.
I mean, how could you separate the two? You have a diaspora of people... Well, not anymore now because they have Israel. But prior to that, yeah, it was a huge people without a country that they felt like, so they didn't have their self-determination. Yeah, what do you mean? How could you separate the two?
Any assault on Zionism must be an assault on Judaism as a
It doesn't have to be, but man, you motherfuckers muddy the water so much, it's impossible for it not to be. At this point, this guy unironically believes that 9/11 was caused by the Jews. Like, Jesus Christ, with no evidence, too. This is like the worst fucking video I've ever seen by this guy in terms of research.
Does Dave Farina believe that 9/11 was caused by the Jews? I know Dave wouldn't say the Jews. What am I being tagged for? Excelente. We'll look into that claim about Dave.
It's the TikTok clips of the spooky music in the background. The same shit that he would make fun of any other fucking conspiracy theorist for using.
whole because they say so. No.
I think that's a good point. Yeah, Dave would make fun of and attack conspiracy theorists for engaging in the conspiratorial line drawing that you see Dave constantly engaging in this video. It's a good critique.
No matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is, Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless non-Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping...
Countless? No, a very, very, it's like 90% of Jews think that Jews should have at least one state to themselves, which is Israel. It's a huge percentage. People always say there's countless. No, there's not. You probably even could count them in a couple months. I don't know. How long would it take a human being to count to 2 million or whatever?
The benefits of it.
Yeah, we looked at what percentage of Jews in the world would accept the Zionist label. I believe it was 70%, but I want to clarify that. So Dave does appear to have said that Mossad probably caused 9/11, but that is not identical to saying the Jews caused 9/11. And of course, the screenshot, I've seen pass around. I've determined that it's almost certainly authentic. Dave tweeted under, an image of the two towers. Allegedly the Taliban, but let's be honest, probably the Mossad. Taken literally, that expresses, or at least jokes, approvingly about the conspiracy theory that Israel's intelligence service orchestrated 9/11. There is no visible sarcasm marker in Dave's comment, his tweet, although a single post cannot conclusively establish how sincerely or presently he holds that belief. But if we take his word for it in the post, then yeah, that he believes probably the Mossad. Like that's a wild claim. So two distinctions. Mossad is an Israeli government agency, not, quote, the Jews. Describing his statement as Dave believes Jews caused 9/11 broadens his actual claim into collective ethnic or religious blame. Nevertheless, the Mossad did 9/11 theory is a familiar anti-Semitic conspiracy narrative because it commonly depicts a covert Jewish or Zionist power engineering mass violence and deceiving the world. And that's where there's a lot of these things in Dave's video that are, familiar anti-Semitic conspiracy narrative. It doesn't mean that Dave is engaging directly in anti-Semitism, but when he says he's targeting Zionism specifically, or Israel, or saying things like Mossad did 9/11, these things are familiar anti-Semitic conspiracy narratives. Not all of them are linked, but many of the tropes that come up in this video are linked. His wording is also factually confused. the Taliban did not carry out 9/11. Al-Qaeda, directed by Osama bin Laden, organized the attacks. The Taliban regime provided Al-Qaeda sanctuary in Afghanistan. The FBI identifies all 19 hijackers as Al-Qaeda trained, and the 9/11 Commission attributes the operation to bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. So it wasn't the Taliban when Dave says allegedly the Taliban. Roughly 60% is the right answer. This will probably be on the quiz tomorrow. So let's all make sure we study hard tonight and do well on the quiz tomorrow. Roughly 60% of Jews globally would currently accept the Zionist label, probably somewhere around 55 to 65%. The estimate varies sharply by country. Israeli Jews, about 85%, identified as Zionist in a December 2025 JPPI survey. British Jews, about 65%, identified as Zionist in a large 2024 JPR survey. American Jews, only about 34 to 37 accepted the label in recent 2025-2026 national surveys. Because approximately 85% of the world's Jews live in Israel or the United States, crudely weighting the Israeli and American findings and allowing for diaspora communities such as Britain produces a global estimate of around 60 to 62%. This is an inference, not a directly measured global statistic. And a crucial qualification is that rejecting the label doesn't necessarily mean rejecting Zionism's minimal proposition. In the American survey, only 37% called themselves Zionists, but 88% supported Israel's right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state. So some people will reject the label, but still believe some things, some minimal propositions connected to Zionism. So that's important to consider.
It's imperialism, and there are countless.
Oh wait, did you say non-Jewish Zionists instead of non-Zionist Jews? Sorry, hold on. Maybe I thought I heard
So,
it.
no matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is, Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless non-Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping the benefits of its imperialism.
Oh, sorry. He said non-Jewish Zionists. Okay. I think that is true for evangelicals. They're weird.
And there are countless anti-Zionist Jews.
Oh, okay, there it is. So just copy paste all that. Move that around, ads.
Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world. But there are even some in Israel.
Just 30%, 7% of Jewish Americans identify as Zionists. How is that phrased? What? Identify as in like would call themselves that, or think or believe that like Jews should have a state?
Accept the label. He's using the accept the label almost certainly because that's exactly what I just read. 37%.
The AI answer, I can click this, is this was a survey published in early of 2026 by the Jewish Federation of North America. It revealed, okay, so this is the survey label breakdown. 37% identified as Zionist, 8% identified as non-Zionist, 7% identified as anti-Zionist, and 48% chose none of those labels. But okay, good one, Chief.
Anti-Zionist Jews. Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world. But there are even some in Israel. There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them?
Holy shit, the video clip that starts 2 seconds before the fighting? Yes!
Serves those anti-Semites right, don't you think? No, I wasn't talking about the police officers beating up Orthodox Jews. That's not anti-Semitic, you silly goose. I'm talking about the
What does that have to do with The cringe thing, too, is they really want to hold on to, like, the insult of anti-Semitism to use against, like, white nationalists, so that, or Jews, I guess, sometimes when they can. but obviously they hate being called anti-Semitic. It's Jesus. Oh.
Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology. They're anti-Semites talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology.
I'm sure there are some that do it. I know there was a huge rift over whether or not I think it was ultra-Orthodox had to serve in the military or not because they felt like they didn't have to be in the IDF. But I don't know. I don't know if that's because they side with the Palestinians.
They're anti-Semites, obviously. Anyone who conflates Judaism with Zionism or anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as Israel constantly does, and as Destiny just did, is a worthless anti-Semitic piece of shit.
Okay.
Zionism is anti-Semitism. I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Zionism is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is
all moral Jews know this.
Their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jew and Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy, as Nazism is to white supremacy.
As Hitler tries to conquer the entirety of Europe, and I guess they think that Israel wants to conquer, I don't know how much of the Middle East. They always say the Greater Israel thing, who knows?
They are indistinguishable. Zionism is Nazism. I guess Destiny's little pea brain isn't big enough to wrap his head around that.
True.
Are you really implying that anyone who's Jewish can lie about science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite?
Bro, this guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
Avi lies a bunch about science. I exposed his lies, and in response, he just called me an anti-Semite. Exactly like the Zionist lobby that banned me from Twitter and tried to smear.
Did he, though? I'm trying to remember what he called him. He might have said anti-Semitic once, but Professor Dave starts wheeling out the weird Zio arguments real fast. So if he did anything similar to that the first time, it wouldn't. I felt the anti-Semitism from Dave. He hates him. You know he fucking hates him.
Me for exposing their lies and propaganda. Same tactic. Literally 1 minute prior, you listened to Avi say he puts a viral YouTube video to make money in which he makes anti-Semitic claims.
I mean, this one was that. Maybe your last one wasn't? I would have to see the last one, though, I guess, and the one that he's referring to.
While making zero attempt to dispute any of the science I presented. You heard him say that.
I mean, the guy believes in aliens. Yeah, he's not going to be able to dispute the science. Yeah, no shit. Hassan calls people or he calls people Islamophobic all the time for criticizing him. That doesn't mean that I become Islamophobic. Like,
he was exposed by me, therefore I'm an anti-Semite. That's the logic he's putting forward. I'm articulating that logic.
He's so ass-pained by my review of this, man. I just wanted to play Final Fantasy VII.
Clearly, and you burst into laughter like I'm pulling something out of my ass? Really? Furthermore, what's funniest about this triangle is that you and all your piece of shit Zionist cronies are not Semites. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews like you and...
Oh, shit. I was going to say, is he doing this talking point again? This is oh, shit. Now I'm remembering more by... We're getting into the hardcore fucking anti-Semitic shit.
Bibi and all the rest are European. You literally are not a Semite, while Palestinians are Semites. Therefore, Zionists are, in reality, anti-Semitic.
So Destiny said we are getting into the real anti-Semitism stuff here.
It's quite shocking that Destiny doesn't bite on this and go on a tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on.
Because it's such an insanely crazy talking point. There's some alternative science-y people try to make this like weird argument that the Ashkenazi people were all bred in with some of the Europeans, that they can't trace any of their lineage back whatsoever to the historic lands of Israel, and that what is it? It was so long ago whenever it was like the Canaanites actually from them descended like the Jews that became the Palestinians, and so all of the Palestinians there, every single one actually, which by the way, that's not even true, because during the third Aliyah and onwards, there were Arabs that were also migrating into that region because they wanted to counter all the Jewish people coming in, to pretend that like the people that were just there had been there for hundreds of generations. This is fucking, oh my God, kill me, bro.
But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram.
Like, This is Professor Dave? I'm sorry. He should be way smarter than that. That's an insane fucking... That's like almost race realism's levels of fucking shit understanding of, like, DNA. First of all, the section that they put it underneath, that's how we're determining, like, ancestry and origin. There are lots of papers that are written on this topic, obviously, because people go back and forth a lot over, where do the Jews actually come from. The only thing when you do these, is it genome-wide association panels, GWAS or whatever, to try to figure out like people where they originated from, you're just matching DNA to where like other clusters of DNA come from, but not where they like ultimately come from. I don't know how far back they go for 23andMe.
Tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on. But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European.
All right. So. Is Dave's kind of, since Destiny brought up anti-Semitism here, is Dave's kind of attacks on Zionism anti-Semitic, including the Semitic stuff about genealogy? So several parts of Dave Farina's attack on Zionism are reasonably characterized as anti-Semitic. Not because opposing Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic, but because he repeatedly moves from political criticism into racial delegitimization, collective conspiracy, and classic anti-Jewish tropes. Anti-Zionism itself is not the problem. It is not inherently anti-Semitic to oppose Zionism as a form of nationalism, advocate one democratic state instead of a Jewish state, criticize Israel's founding, occupation, settlements, or conduct in Gaza, describe Israeli policies as apartheid, ethnic cleansing, or genocide when arguing from evidence. Both the Jerusalem Declaration and the Nexus document frameworks expressly intended to avoid conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, say that even harsh opposition to Zionism is not automatically anti-Semitism. Where Dave crosses the line. Dave states that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists. He then identifies owners and Jewish or Zionist media figures as evidence of a coordinated system controlling Western narratives. This is not simply the media has pro-Israel bias, which could be investigated empirically. It is a sweeping hidden control theory built around a Jewish-associated collective. Both the Jerusalem Declaration and Nexus specifically identify claims that Jews or Zionists secretly control media, governments, and social institutions as anti-Semitic when the Zionist terminology functions as a proxy for Jews. The real Semites genealogy argument. Dave says in substance that Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews are Europeans. They are, quote, literally not Semites. Palestinians are the genuine Semites. Therefore, Zionists are the real anti-Semites. Israel regulates ancestry testing because Israelis do not want to discover that they are not Middle Eastern. He uses this to depict Jewish historical connection to the region as essentially fraudulent. This is problematic in several ways. Anti-Semitism does not mean prejudice against everyone descended from a supposedly Semitic biological race. In established historical usage, it means prejudice or hostility toward Jews. Semitic principally describes a family of languages. There is no scientifically coherent racial test determining who is sufficiently Semitic. The Palestinians are Semites, therefore they cannot be anti-Semitic argument is an etymological fallacy. His factual genetics claim is also badly distorted. Ashkenazi Jews have both European and Middle Eastern ancestry. Genome-wide studies describe them as a distinctive, admixed population sharing ancestry with other Jewish and Middle Eastern populations. One major sequence study modeled their ancestry as approximately evenly divided between European and likely Middle Eastern sources. Even 23andMe, the classification Dave invokes, expressly says Ashkenazi Jews are more genetically similar to other Jewish populations than to their European neighbors, and that this reflects shared Western Asian origins. Placement under a broad commercial, quote, European heading does not mean they possess no Levantine ancestry. The claim about testing being restricted to conceal Jewish origins is unsupported. Israel does regulate genetic testing, particularly tests intended to establish paternity or legal family relationships, which require a court order. That demonstrates legal regulation, not a government conspiracy to suppress evidence that Jews are secretly Europeans. Discussing population genetics is not intrinsically anti-Semitic. What makes Dave's presentation anti-Semitic is the use of selectively represented genetics to portray Jews as racial imposters who fabricated their ancestry and conceal the truth. Zionism is anti-Semitism, Dave says. He also argues that Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of contemporary anti-Semitism and depicts Zionists as exploiting the Holocaust and Jewish victimhood to obtain permission to commit crimes. A narrower argument that Israeli conduct can provoke or be exploited to fuel anti-Semitism is not inherently anti-Semitic, but blaming Zionism or Jews for most hatred directed against Jews, while alleging calculated deception and strategic self-victimization, reproduces a classic trope. Jews cause the hostility directed against them and then dishonestly manipulate their victimhood for power. That shifts responsibility from anti-Semites to their targets. Does this prove Dave personally hates Jews? Not conclusively. A person can repeat anti-Semitic arguments without concisely hating Jews, and Dave repeatedly insists that he distinguishes Judaism from Zionism. Intent matters to understanding him, but it does not erase the content or historical structure of the rhetoric. So after going through so much of this and what we're going to do tomorrow to kind of bring all of the evidence and data together, I think it is quite clear to me now that there are several parts, and I agree with this, of Dave Farina's attack on Zionism that can be reasonably characterized as anti-Semitic. Not that Dave is an anti-Semite necessarily, but the way Dave is attacking Zionism can be reasonably characterized as anti-Semitic for the reasons we just went through. Thank you so much for the super chat. I hate my username is your username. Wow. That's like a paradox, man. In the comment section, Dave told me I'm anti-Russia, but my taxes don't go to Russia. But he cites Rathbone and Finkelstein, both Kremlin defenders. Let's investigate that. All right. You're hanging in there, folks. Thanks for being with me for this. We're doing really good. We're going to get it tonight. We're going to get it.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to burst any bubbles here, okay? And I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, okay? But believe it or not, all people ultimately came from Africa. You know that, right? They didn't like spawn randomly on the planet. Like, you're starting a game of Risk. Like, to say that, like, oh, European, what, like they spawned there? Like from a million generations ago, they were always in Europe? They spawned in Europe? Like, what does he think this is telling you? Like the ultimate origination of, you know, going back 20... I wonder, I actually am curious, though, how many generations back does 23andMe go?
Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.1%
Destiny's right about Africa.
Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense since Ashkenazi Jews look fucking European. This is also why the...
Holy shit, bro. True. He's one-drop ruling the Jews. 23andMe's autosomal DNA test generally goes back 6 to 8 generations, roughly 150 to 200 years, or up to 300 to 500 years.
I love seeing this epistemic posture from Destiny. Getting the information up, reading it out.
Specific ideal scenarios.
These ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not fucking Middle Eastern. They pretend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from. Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously. But over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now. This is...
Like, ooh, it sucks because he talks on, like, medical shit.
Calling Finkelstein a Kremlin apologist or defender is supportable. He has publicly argued that Russia possessed a moral or historic right to attack Ukraine, that Russia exhausted diplomatic alternatives, and that United States and NATO, not Russia, bear full responsibility for the war's destruction. In another published discussion, his position is summarized as Russia had the right to attack, though he distinguished having the right from whether exercising it was prudent. That goes substantially beyond criticizing NATO expansion or calling for negotiations. It morally rationalizes Russia's aggression and shifts responsibility away from the state that launched the invasion. Yeah, I think we got to address the misinformation related to Russia-Ukraine next. Oh, man. Muin Rabbani, the same label is not well supported for Rabbani. Rabbani has explicitly described Russia's action as an illegitimate invasion and said Russia's historical and cultural connection to Ukraine gives it no right to invade, occupy, or seize Ukrainian territory. He strongly emphasizes Western hypocrisy and NATO geopolitics, but he does not endorse Russia's claimed territorial rights. Dave's not being hypocritical simply because he cites Finkelstein. If Dave dismisses Israeli and pro-Israel sources because of their ideology, affiliations, or apologetics, while treating Finkelstein as authoritative without acknowledging his extreme apologetics for Russia, then Dave is applying an inconsistent epistemic standard. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that he might cite Rathbone or Finkelstein doesn't mean he can't still be anti-Russia, even if they, if you think they're Russian defenders. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think that's a real stretch. Like we can still think people are important in one area, but deadly wrong in another area of inquiry. So I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
Shit, I imagine he must have done some like race realist stuff. We're playing dangerously fast
We're just over 30 minutes to go here, folks. We're going. We're doing it.
and loose with these fucking terms here. Like the idea that like you used to have some ethnic ancestry back in this region, but now you're diluted by European. What the fuck does that even mean? Diluted by European? This is like such an insanely crazy, like shit approach to the tons of complexities related to like your ethnic ancestry and Jesus fucking Christ, whatever else.
Deviants, obviously, but over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted, and they're largely European.
It also doesn't make sense too because the majority of Jewish people in Israel today are technically Mizrahi Jews too. So I mean, I don't think it. If you want to play that game, but
Now, this is in stark contrast with Palestine.
I wonder what he's pulling this from, the wiki or this Medium article. Like, I don't think any Jew would deny that the Ashkenazi people are more. They're definitely more mixed with people outside the Middle East. That's obviously true. But the claim that then they have no ancestry back to the Levant is just a crazy.
Palestinians who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity.
But that doesn't logically follow either. You don't know that.
European now. The Scandinavians, obviously.
How would you even
but over many who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity.
Like, how can you even make that statement? How many thousands of years back do you think that these types of associations can be made?
Along with Mizrahi Jews, who, by the way, experience systemic discrimination in Israel, which is socially and politically dominated by European Ashkenazi Jews.
Welcome to every single country on the planet. I know that we think in the United States the only people that could be racist are white people, but every single fucking country on the planet with people of color, the darker ones, always get more shit than the lighter ones. That's true in India, that's true in Asian countries, it's true fucking everywhere. It's cringe, but...
It's almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, which is...
White supremacy Jews.
Say, you can talk about
It's called colorism if you want to look it up.
And Ashkenazi Jews. It's almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, wouldn't you say? You can talk about the etymology of the word anti-Semitism all you want, and that's totally fine.
Nobody talks about the etymology. Who the fuck cares?
But the facts regarding biology remain, and that...
The facts regarding biology.
Hey, I care about etymology. Don't shit on that. But I'm weird, maybe.
God damn! Holy shit!
That was the main point I was making. Europeans pretending to be Middle Eastern has the same vibe as some Karen in Massachusetts.
Why didn't the fucking retards who were getting holocausted, why didn't they just fucking say that? Like, hands up, are you a Jew?
Thank you for the super chat by X Shockit. Thank you so much. Says, thanks for doing these fact checks. I was a big Professor Dave fan, but this video really disturbed me. It's an incredibly dangerous torrent of libels. Yeah, I do think it's, I hope that, no danger is born out of this video, but yeah, I think it is a dangerous piece of propaganda that perpetuates, anti-Semitic tropes. I really appreciate the super chat, by the way, and we will get into tomorrow the final data and findings from the 20-hour analysis I did, and then I mean, until apparently Dave is making a response video targeting Destiny and I. So we'll see what comes of that. But I think after tomorrow's episode, once we go through that data, once we go through the fun, knowledge testing quiz that I've created, 100 questions, then I think we'll be able to put a cap on this for now. Although, as I'm saying this, I've got a lot of requests to review Hassan's review or react to him watching Dave's video. So yeah, we'll see. Someone said, to be fair, I was a big Professor Dave fan thanks to the debate you set up for him. It was awesome. Best one I've seen. Yeah, I mean, it was fun. It was a very difficult event to get done because of the anti-vax side, how difficult it was to deal with their team on that side. But yeah, it got done. There's a bit too many personal attacks in that debate, based on what the standards call for on the Pangburn stage. But it was a really important event, I thought, to stand up, because there are so few vaccine debates out there with prominent figures. I think it was important for us to put that up. So.
Whoa, no, bro. I'm European like you, man. I'm European just like you, bro.
Bragging about being 3% Cherokee Indian. This claim to ancestral land that Zionists espouse in order to justify murdering people and stealing their homes is total horseshit. We all originated in Africa, so white people should be able to steal African homes too, yeah? A little moot since Africa was very recently the victim of European colonialism for about 100 years, but still, the logic stands. Hey, Avi, I'm not sure if you know...
Jesus, that was rough. That was a rough section. Holy shit.
But the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbro tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. What does that have to do with it? What does being a lying, manipulative, gaslighting fraud in order to get away with scientific fraudulence have to do with this political ideology that involves lying and manipulating and gaslighting constantly in order to get away with war crimes?
What political ideology doesn't? Name one. What are you going to cite here? For Islam, it's literally built into the holy text. If you want to get fucking religious, and if you want to be fucking shitting on people religiously, I mean, Islam has built into it the concept of lying to save yourself and lying for the betterment of your religion. Like every single political ideology, depending on how you want to talk about it, is you can look at the crimes and the bad things they've done and ascribe it to these, and ascribe it to their political belief system. Like, are Christians all responsible for the Crusades and the Dark Ages? Are Muslims all responsible for any other fucking Islamic crime or terrorist group from today? Or what a crazy, he's essentializing the concept of the Judaism religion with the Jewish ethnicity, but he's also saying it's not, because I guess it's a European ethnicity. It is actually just like the country of Israel, but it's also like most of the, or I guess he's saying it's not most of the Jewish people outside of Israel, even though that poll didn't support that decision at all. But
that's a serious question.
My thing,
can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really, really, really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith?
Sure, gladly. Here's the deeper discussion if you wanted to run that down. You could say, is anti-Zionism the same as anti-Semitism? On the surface, you would say, no, you should be allowed to be critical of the Israeli government while still simultaneously not being anti-Semitic. Okay, sure, but that's not generally what anti-Zionism means. And if you say you're critical of the Israeli government how? If you're critical of the Israeli government in a way that you think that the Jewish majority of the state necessarily needs to not be a protected thing anymore, and you think you should necessarily allow the infinite right of return for Palestinian diaspora or whatever, and you think that necessarily it will follow from there, it absolutely will, that Jews will be a minority in the country, and then you're also okay with saying, well, if they're a minority, if they experience violence, I think maybe they should flee because they've, mistreated the Palestinians for so long, and that's okay. Then essentially what you're saying is, I am anti-Zionist, and I'm willing to accept the ethnic cleansing of every Jew from Israel if that's what happens at the end of it. So, is anti-Zionist...
Yep, all that follows. Yeah. Destiny's on a roll. He's cooking.
Anti-Semitism in that case? I mean, like, kind of. Like, I understand why they're Jewish people that say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. I understand why they say that, because that is the logical conclusion, but none of you fucking retards have ever been pushed on that point in your entire fucking life, because you don't have any conversations about this. None of you do.
Discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith. I'd love to see that. There's nothing deep about it. Anyone with a moral compass is anti-Zionist. Many Jews have a moral compass. Are you seeing the Venn diagram?
Like, I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for, like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country? Like, I don't even know if that's like a position that people have. I think people are generally just like, oh yeah, I mean, they should, but I mean, it sucks for them, I guess. Israel is the state that essentializes religion and ethnicity. Maybe they should do it.
Every state in the Middle East is essentially an ethno-state. Some of them, it's baked into the fucking state constitutions. Others, it's just de facto protected. Like, what are you talking about? Israel's not the only ethno-state in the region.
I don't know, but I mean, we don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West. But to have, like, a unique perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird.
It is also weird that, yeah, it is like the only group of people where there's like a name for being opposed to their self-determination. Like, what is it called if you're like an anti-Kurdioniist? I oppose the Kurdish people having a state of their... I'm an anti... I don't even know what other fucking groups... Like, I'm an anti... Like, the fact that there's like the one name, I am anti-Zionist. They are the one group of people that fucking should not have a goddamn motherfucking country. It's kind of
missing the point here,
Oh,
champ.
shit, true. There is a name for being anti-Kurdish. It's called being Turkish. Perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird.
You're kind of missing the point here, champ. This is the old, but why can't Jews have a country bullshit talking point. First, ethno-states are bad.
It's the American. He's an American. I just have to remember he's an American. And his wife is an American. I don't give a fuck who's saying she's Palestinian. She's American. She's born in America and she is American. Oh, God. Okay.
Equality is...
So Destiny has had a really good run here of, you know, talking facts, asking reasonable questions. He's right that Israel is not the only ethno-state in the region. Yeah, this is a good run.
It's good. Supremacy of any group of people over another being codified in...
What is the ethnic supremacy codified into law in Israel proper? For the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, these are fucked situations, but they don't codify inequality in like a fair law. The problem is that you have these territories that are not quite their own states, but they're also not quite part of Israel, and this dual bullshit world where Israel is trying to live in is that if you want to talk apartheid or whatever the fuck you want to call it, you would say it applies to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, but it's not in Israel proper.
To the laws of a nation is bad, but way more important is the...
Just for 2 seconds, okay? This map is fucking retarded because in 1917, this wasn't Palestinian land. None of this was ever Palestinian land. This was land that existed under several caliphates that existed since the time of fucking Muhammad, since the fall of fucking Israel. Different people have owned this land. It has never been Palestinian land. All of it has been owned by fucking idle land owners, land tenants, or whatever under the Ottoman Empire. After the fall of the Ottoman Empire, after World War I, the British government and the French government made agreements to basically create these like territories in the Middle East. This is called the Sykes-Picot Agreement. I don't remember what it was called, but it might be Sykes-Picot. But basically, they had all of these little land masses, and they're like, "Listen, we're gonna let you guys like run this for 30 years, and then at the end of the 30 years, you got whatever government emerges from this like 3-decade experiment or whatever is going to be the government that owns the state, right?" So you had the British mandate for Palestine, okay? That's what this was. It was the mandatory Palestinian area. The idea that all of it was Palestinian, most of this was deserted, okay? This whole part in here, the south of Negev, is probably still fucking mostly deserted, okay? The areas that Jewish people are buying territory in, now you can argue whether they should or shouldn't have or whatever the fuck else, but this is areas that they're buying from people. This here was the partition plan to separate out the country. Again, this area down here is mostly empty. Nobody fucking wants the Negev, okay? This is all empty, bullshit-ass area. And the Arabs didn't accept this plan anyway. And they wouldn't have accepted any plan. They didn't want there to be any Jewish state whatsoever. This is after the First War, where Israel basically carves its borders out. This is still not Palestinian land, though. This is now part of Jordan. You can call it Transjordan, I guess. It's now they extend on the other side of the Jordan River. And then this is part of Egypt here. This was not Palestine at all. And then in 1967, Israel occupies both of these territories, and now who the fuck knows what will happen in the future.
The fact that this particular ethno-state was established on inhabited land through the slaughtering and dispossession of the indigenous population. That's the more bad part.
This is what ethno-state wasn't. What state wasn't?
If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they... did the Holocaust and over.
I'm sorry. Is this really? This is politics right now?
So yeah, very quickly, Destiny was getting a lot of stuff right there. There's a lot of information with regards to this map. I've done the full rundown of this map and the inaccuracies, but very quickly, panel by panel. So the 1917 is misleading and anachronistic. So the entire territory is colored Palestinian land in 1917. There was no sovereign Palestinian state. The region remained under Ottoman rule until British conquest. The precise border depicted were largely those of the later British Mandate. Land included private Arab, Jewish, communal, religious, and Ottoman state holdings. Palestinian Arabs were overwhelmingly the majority and possessed most privately owned land, while Jewish ownership was only about 2.5%, but that does not make every square kilometer Palestinian private property. Broadly expressive of the population and territorial homeland, but inaccurate as a land ownership map. 1946 depiction is partly accurate. This panel appears to depict scattered Jewish-owned parcels. This is directionally reasonable. Jewish-owned ownership had risen to roughly 6 to 7% by 1947 and was concentrated in particular coastal valley and Galilee locations. But official contemporary maps divided ownership among Arab, Jewish, and public state land. This infographic colors almost everything not Jewish owned as, quote, Palestinian land, erasing the public state category, especially important in sparsely populated parts of the Negev. The most defensible, the 1946 depiction is the most defensible ownership panel, but still oversimplified. 1947 UN partition, broadly correct boundaries, wrong comparison. The outline roughly resembles the UN partition proposal, about 56% of the proposed Jewish state, about 43% of the proposed Arab state, Jerusalem under a separate international regime, but this was a proposed political allocation, not a map of land ownership. Jews did not suddenly own the white territory. Indeed, the proposed Jewish state contained about 498,000 Jews, 407,000 Arabs, and an additional estimate of 90,000 Bedouins. The proposal was also never implemented in its intended form because war followed. So the 1946 or 1947 part of the map, reasonably accurate as a simplified partition proposal, misleading when placed beside ownership maps. 1948, broadly accurate for territorial control. Following the war and the 1949 armistice agreements, Israel controlled approximately 77% of mandatory Palestine, substantially more than allocated under the UN proposal. The West Bank, including Jerusalem, came under Jordanian control, while Gaza came under Egyptian administration. Calling the West Bank and Gaza simply Palestinian land is understandable from a national territorial perspective, but there were no sovereign Palestinian state governing either territory. The panel also does not communicate the accompanying Nakba. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians fled or were expelled and lost access to homes and property. So the verdict for the 1948 portion of the map, generally accurate as a simplified map of post-war control, not ownership or sovereignty. 1967, broadly accurate. In June 1967, Israel occupied the West Bank, East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip. Therefore, showing those territories as occupied is historically correct. Verdict is broadly accurate, although highly simplified. 1967 to 2017, partly accurate depiction of fragmentation. The scattered dark areas appear to represent Palestinian-administered areas A and B in the West Bank, together with Gaza. This conveys a real feature of the Oslo system. Palestinian-administered population centers became fragmented enclaves surrounded largely by Area C. But Area A is under Palestinian civil and internal security authority. Area B has Palestinian civil administration, but substantial Israeli security authority. Area C, about 60 to 62% of the West Bank, remains under near exclusive Israeli administration and control. East Jerusalem is outside the ABC arrangement. Israeli control is not the same as Israeli private ownership or internationally recognized sovereignty. Gaza also complicates the picture. Israel removed its permanent troops and settlements in 2005, but retained major control over airspace, maritime access, borders, and movement. International institutions continued to treat its legal responsibilities as corresponding to the degree of effective control it exercised. So overall judgment, the map is historically grounded, but cartographically misleading. So yeah, it's not a great map. It's not great. There's a bunch of things that could mislead people there.
Is this a real thing? Is this a real suggestion?
Possession of the indigenous population. That's the more bad part. If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they did the Holocaust, and over 80% of the country is open land, very few people would have had a problem with that. It's the ethnic cleansing that's got everyone upset. Do you get it now?
The real, when you really say you're anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel because that's the only Jewish country. He cut out your explanation from the clip. Wait, what? Hold on. To dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but wait, am I about to watch the rest of it now though? No, never mind. Oh, okay.
No, we're saying that Israel shouldn't have the right to murder and displace anyone they want. The thing they've been doing on a daily basis since the state of Israel was—
I LARPed wrong. He's playing it. Way to go, ads.
Established.
But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims in that, like, the Palestinians are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for. It's like really. I don't want to get this. I don't give a fuck.
You don't want to continue rambling because you sound like an idiot. People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians.
Was it? Was it not? All types of people lived happily ever after in the Ottoman Empire and all the preceding caliphates. There wasn't a single religion that was enforced. What does caliphate even fucking mean? What is stupid? Everybody lived in harmony for 2,000 years and then the Jew nation attacked. Like, what the fuck? What is? It's just so infantilizing and stupid too. It's an American perspective. This is why I know his wife is the whitest fucking American possible. I don't even care if she's brown. She's the whitest fucking American possible because there's no way that anybody in this guy's family is remotely related to any part of the world outside of America. Only in the United States of America are you under the assumption that, I remember all across the planet, every single nation was a Wakanda or was the Muslim golden age of science and technology and equal rights, and there were gay, trans, Arab, Africans that were marrying each other, and then the evil Europeans showed up. They colonized everybody. They murdered everything. They stole everything, and the whole world was peaceful and great, amazing. And then all the evil, fucking terrible, fucking snowmen people showed up, and they fucking ruined everything. Everybody was so peaceful. Everybody loved it. Everybody was so happy. Like, it's so cringe. And it's such a reductive, it's not even reductive, it's retarded. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Lived in Palestine and they got along just
like this is the guy who was saying, I think Germany should be the country for the Jews. Oh my God.
Serve Palestine? Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine and they got along
like it was literally an apartheid ethno-state. Literally, it was one religion throughout the whole thing. And if you were a different religion, you were sectioned off in your own little fucking place. And you couldn't even hold members in government. It was literally an apartheid under the empire, under the caliphates preceding the destruction of the Ottoman Empire, the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Like literally, actually, definitionally.
Fine. Jews could have emigrated in large numbers to the Levant after the Holocaust and integrated into existing societies, including...
Oh my God. Why didn't they just go after? And they definitely would have accepted them there? Are you crazy?
including Palestine. They didn't do that.
Oh my God, kill me.
Zionist militias went in and started murdering and stealing everything. Pretty big difference. Anyway, at this point, Stevie got tired, realized that my video on Avi was hard science wall to wall, except for the 2 or 3 comments.
Hard science wall to wall.
I made on his Zionism, which he failed miserably to address honestly, and he spent the rest of the stream, which was the overwhelming majority of the stream, looking at something else. Of course, that didn't stop
I streamed for a long time. I'm sorry I didn't watch you the whole stream, buddy.
him from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those
slanderous
clicks, right, Steven?
He is indistinguishable from a neo-Nazi, 100%. I'll own that easy. Actually, more mask off than most neo-Nazis would be, because they realize they can't get away with this much crazy.
Yeah, I don't think that's justified. I don't think he's indistinguishable from a neo-Nazi. I don't think this kind of labeling is helpful. I think it's been clearly demonstrated that Dave is perpetuating anti-Semitic tropes. A lot of these conspiracy theory claims, global control, a bunch of the other things we've been talking about are anti-Semitic. I think it's justified. But that's different than neo-Nazi, right? But of course, yeah, I mean, I think I don't think neo-Nazi is justified. I think what's a justified statement here is Dave has demonstrated a recurring willingness to employ anti-Semitic conspiracy narratives and racialized anti-Jewish arguments. He has not been demonstrated to be a neo-Nazi, I don't think. What do you guys think in the chat? What's up, everyone, by the way? You're still with me? Someone said the difference is neo-Nazis will actually debate destiny. You got to be able to laugh, Welcome, everyone. Make sure you smash that like button. We're up late. It's almost midnight where I am, but we're hanging in there. We're hanging in there to engage in this fact-finding mission. If there are any facts we can find.
Crazy shit. I did appreciate the race realist section though from Professor Dave. That was good. Wait, he did cut out your explanation. Of what? Hold on. Can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion. That if you really wanted to dig into you can't be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic argument, I think that the discussion you would have to have is, why would there be a defined unique position that denies a country for a particular ethnic group when I'm not sure of that being a position for literally any other ethnic group ever? Like, I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for, like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country. I don't know if that's like a position that people have. I think people generally like, oh yeah, they should. I mean, it sucks for them, I guess. I don't know, we don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West. But to have like a unique perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird, but that you have to get, there's a lot of different topics that you have to be willing to sift through to even start to have that conversation.
Career spans 46 years, out of which I was a Harvard professor for 33 years, during which I wrote more than 1,000.
Okay, is that what I need to listen to?
Scientific papers and 9.
The only difference is that
other like ethnic oppositional movement. Anti-Zionists aren't opposed to a Jewish state. They're opposed to a Jewish state in Israel at the expense of the native population. Can you name a single other like ethnic oppositional movement? Number one. And then no, that's just it. Is there a single other? And then number two, what all states are usually founded by kicking other people out or taking over the people there? How do you think the Palestinians got there? Spoiler alert, they weren't there since God put them there. Movement like that around the world. And then the other thing is that, like, technically, unless there's some uninhabited piece of land that I'm unaware of, maybe like Antarctica or the North Pole, doesn't count as land. Like, every state is going to be denying whoever lives there some other fucking state, right? Like, or denying some other people. Like, there's only so much land, you know? Unless we go to space, then we go to space colony for the Jews. When else we ever being anti-Zionist and critical of Zionism as Israel is expressing it, a bit how nationalism is expressed in a different way.
Okay, so he says I was too tired to go into it, but I literally do go into it. Even in this video, I go into it. So did he get tired of watching?
Well, I mean, like, all these terms are used so fucked up. You know, anyway. I mean, the real, when you really say you're anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel. That's the only Jewish country. But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims, and that, like, the Palestinians are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for. It's like really. I don't know. The funny people in the world are people who push for some unique fucking Palestinian ethnic group, and they're like, well, look at the genetic studies. And it's like, look at the Arabs up like north in like where the Golan Heights are, where Lebanon is, whatever. Like, look at that. And they're like 99.2%. Like, we are different than Palestinians. Like, bro, I'm missing that shit. Okay, fuck. Get out of here. Stop.
It's bad for the mental health of our race. When misinformation spread.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy. As if the genocide denial wasn't enough, here's a few other tips.
Whoa! Can we... Pedophile. Let's go!
Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
Oh yeah! The greatest hits! IMAX it up. Let's go!
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing. Because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needs to stop a long time ago.
White supremacists should mass murder protesters. They have Destiny's blessing. What a great guy. Now let's shift from the disgusting to the creepy. This will be courtesy of another creator named Ryan Beard.
Ryan Beard's video, yes!
Seems to have already done the deep dive on this stuff.
A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example,
oh my god!
These tweets where he says,
"This is why I love Israel so much," because they let you do anything over there. Just kidding. Stop.
We're hot at 10. Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I'm.
Okay.
That he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10."
Like, I want to know, do you think that she sent me pics of herself at 10 years old? This is just a friend that I had on Twitter. We just like tweet stupid shit at each other. Or I don't know if she's still in the community or not. But like, does he think that she sent me pictures of herself at 10 years?
Pics?
Oh my god.
Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad. I do think these tweets are jokes. Very
Oh, thanks, Ryan.
Strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank?
Yeah, when I was like 21 years old. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there are fucking chicks that look like they're 18 when they're younger. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry. Just kidding. I have reprogrammed my brain. I just want you to know I've thought long and hard about this, okay? And I really did. I Winter Soldier reprogrammed, okay? Never in my life, when I think back, have I ever seen a girl hot under the age of 17. Or under the age of 18 or whatever. The second they turn 18, my eyes changed. Is Keira Knightley the one in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes.
I think. Yes. She wasn't attractive in that. I know she's 17, but she wasn't attractive in that movie at all. How old was the one girl? I don't know why this name is in my head. Is it Kate Winslet? She wasn't the girl in Titanic. Winslet?
I believe so.
Was she 16? Am I crazy?
I don't know.
Wait, was she even attractive though? I don't know. Now I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember that movie that well.
What about Padme?
How old was she?
I think she was like 16.
No, disgusting then.
Wait.
Kate Winslet in Titanic was 20 to 21 years old. The character age was Rose Bukater, who was 17 or 19. Yeah, I already went through this in the full analysis. It's just a big conversation to get into, but basically like age of consent being the age of being able to give willing informed consent is very important, and that should be at the forefront of you being a responsible adult when it comes to, sorting through your experience and approaching or planning to approach people who you might be interested in. You could actually run tests. If Destiny wanted to, he could run some interesting tests where people say, hot or not, yeah, you're going to be able to, like what you could say is like, you could create a test of like, say, let's say you live somewhere like in Canada, the age of willing informed consent is 16. So you could probably find 15-year-olds who look like they're 15, 17, and people could be confused. And you could say that what we're doing is just doing a hot or not test, or attractive or not, or would you sleep with them test. And then you don't tell them that nobody in the entire test, nobody was of legal age. You don't tell anyone that, but the images, and they're not like images of a sexual nature, they're just like, profile photos or something like that. And then you at the end of it, you say, ha ha ha, see, you said you would sleep with this person, or you would date this person, or whatever, and they're actually 15 or 17 or whatever the age is. Yeah, you could run tests like that and demonstrate that people are in fact, but the point is that it's important to be responsible in the dating world and in the world of sexuality and things like that, that you are verifying this kind of information when you're out there pursuing people in the world. But yeah, if the conversation is just about, is it true that, like, when I was like 14, 15, I had a full on beard, goatee, long hair, muscular build. I could get away with buying alcohol at that time. I could easily pass for 18 at that age. So yeah, there's a legitimate conversation about the human condition to be had here. But that should not be confused with, it's imperative that adults take on the responsibility of making sure that anyone they're engaging with, having conversations with about anything related to, sex or being in relationships or anything like that, it's up to the adult to make sure that, everyone involved is of legal age to be engaging in that kind of thing. I mean, yeah.
Star Wars Episode 1 came out before Pirates of the Caribbean?
Keira Knightley and Padme aren't the same people.
Oh, no, wait, because she's the other one. Just kidding.
Yeah, you could even use like films where the actresses in the films, like they're talking about, the actresses themselves are actually, underage or whatever. You could even set up the test that way.
Whatever she was, if she was under 18, she definitely was disgusting and a child.
You send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke. And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Medicare.
So this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's
what
ridiculous.
about Natalie Portman and Leon
like there are 15-year-old chicks.
Okay, no, Jesus.
That are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Did you get all that? Don't worry.
Afterwards, and the pictures are not nude pictures, okay? The girl looks like she was 18, though. What do you want to say? She had fat tits and a big ass in a video game.
It gets worse.
The next child.
It was a video game character in a video game. Maybe that was whatever.
Related Destiny incident.
But also, all of these logs are over not fucking kids. Also, by the way, the whole logs were, be careful when you go to events. Don't get fucking jailbaited and end up fucking a kid.
Yeah, I think that was the overarching point that, when people talk about the idea of jailbait, or, it's a way, it's a weird way of raising awareness to the issue I was pointing out before. Like, it's the adult's responsibility, but yeah.
But what do you want me to say? You know, I'm sorry. I hope one day I will be forgiven of my crimes in 2000.
That's because you wanted to fuck all the kids.
True. I'm just trying to hoard them all for myself.
When him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested.
Yes.
Or child protective
Replay.
services.
Every
I used to be
video.
part of
Yes.
this horrible thing called the Bro Squad. Okay. Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple
Why
other
do you call
people
her
that
a
never been on my
bitch?
stream before.
So mean.
We're part of the Bro Squad. And what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like, it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking, like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. For whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking.
We don't know why!
Dick on screen.
It was crazy! And we leave. Nobody masturbates to it. It was fucking crazy.
Believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit.
And we leave. I'm glad you clarified that, Steven. And we leave. Nobody masturbates to it. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, when I came across this during the analysis, like, I think it's also the responsible thing to do to whatever that platform was, report that behavior. Hopefully they can connect to the IP address and get in touch with a parent or something like that. Maybe I'm dreaming, and then the parents can have a healthy conversation with the child about how to use the internet in a healthy way.
Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know like what the fuck was on. Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick like on the fucking screen.
Yeah, don't just immediately quit the stream or anything. Really, so
That's what we do right after! We all quit immediately! Like, what the fuck? What?
Oh man. Haas says, do you think some of this stuff that Dave is accusing him of is grounds for a lawsuit? When we get to where Dave misconstrues the court case, the pending case, what Destiny's being sued for, as sharing images of a minor, explicit images of a minor. That's what Dave says. He gets that wrong. That is very bad, and that is, of course, Dave could be sued for that, probably successfully by Destiny.
No, actually, he got me.
But we'll get there.
We stayed there. We watched for hours.
Jesus Christ.
How old were you here? This is when I was living in Woodbridge. 23, maybe?
soak in that prepubescent penis. But at least he's not
Jesus Christ.
grooming anyone, right?
Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think
you didn't
Destiny
do
has
that.
been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sex like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right?
Because oh my God. When you talk about
I have to be honest, like when I was going through this at the end of the analysis, like I was just like, yeah, we're dealing with the, you know, the world of war and Israel-Palestine. And then we get to this, this stuff, and it's a really strange contrast. That's all I'll say. It just felt like a really strange shift into a completely different cosmos.
grooming and pedophilia are not the same thing. Now I guess now the fight is just everything is just the worst thing ever. Grooming refers to the concept of gaining a trusted position over somebody, usually it's an adult child, and then leveraging that trusted position in the future for sex. That's what... Oh, he shows it? Oh. Okay.
Right, but we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of context.
Thanks.
So let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're all in your experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what?
Yeah, but it's like the whole thing was not, even in that definition, I don't know if I said that or not. Wait, fuck, hold on. Like, the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of, but like, usually it's down the line. Otherwise, you would just call it like child sexual assault, or you would just call it like abuse. Or if we just want to call like, what?
This says attempting to form a relationship. That's literally talking about the grooming part.
Yeah.
The relationship.
It's just, but like everything has to be the most.
Yeah, I agree with Destiny's sidekick there. I think he's wrong about his understanding of what grooming is. But I think it's a definitional application issue. I don't think Destiny's excusing away that kind of behavior. And I just think he's saying that would be determined to be something else and not necessarily grooming.
Extreme fucking thing ever. Like it can't be like I don't know what you would call it, like child abuse or child rape or whatever. It has to be like grooming as well. We have to throw like grooming on there as well. It's like, okay, I guess we just want to throw grooming into every fucking
or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition.
Somebody said, Destiny, how does they just take everything out of context and nobody questions? Well, I feel like for a lot of this, it wasn't even taken out of context. It's just shit that like, I don't know. I just think like as a 21-year-old, like me saying like there are 15-year-olds that look like they could be 18, and when you go to these conventions, all the fucking people there are trying to fuck you. Don't fuck the 15-year-olds. I don't know. I don't think like if we want to play the virtue signal game of like every single person under 18 is disgusting, and only once they turn 18 can I possibly find them attractive. It's just like it's cringe. I'm not here to virtue signal that shit. I don't give a fuck. Go do that somewhere else.
Does it say that grooming has to be a slow process?
Okay, that's weird, but those are just words and not actions.
Like what is weird about what I just said? I also hate this thing. Moeen Rabbani did this to me when I tried to say like apartheid is not like all racism is not apartheid. Okay, like there has to be a distinction here. Not all racism is apartheid. Jim Crow is not apartheid. Apartheid is like a state top-down segregation of like the races trying to like institute some concept of racial domination. And Jim Crow was like an informal, sometimes locally formal way of like being racist towards people. And Moeen Rabbani goes, if you don't.
All right, so. So sexual grooming is an intentional process of manipulation through which an offender gains access to trust from, compliance of, or control over a child or vulnerable person, and sometimes their caregivers or surrounding institution, in order to facilitate sexual abuse or exploitation, maintain secrecy, or avoid detection. The essential components are purpose, facilitating abuse, exploitation, sexual material, compliance, silence or concealment, preparation or manipulation, building trust, testing boundaries, creating dependency, isolating the target, normalizing sexual behavior or weakening safeguards. Possible wider targets: the offender may groom parents, colleagues, organizations, or communities, not only the child. No completed abuse is required, so grooming can exist even when the intended sexual abuse has not yet occurred. It can occur online or in person, and it may unfold over weeks or years, or comparatively quickly. It does not always involve affection or a long romantic relationship. What is not automatically grooming? A sexual proposition to a minor may be criminal, predatory, or abusive without technically establishing grooming. Grooming ordinarily requires evidence of a preparatory or manipulative process. For example, a 30-year-old abruptly asking a 14-year-old for sex is predatory sexual solicitation, but not necessarily grooming by itself. By contrast, befriending the 14-year-old, gaining trust, giving gifts, creating secrecy, gradually sexualizing conversation, and then proposing sex is paradigmatically grooming. So Destiny's claim that grooming must always be a slow process is too narrow, but it is correct that the term should not automatically be applied to every isolated sexual advance. The defining feature is intentional manipulation or preparation facilitating abuse, not merely the age difference or sexual interest. So there are some shades of correctness in what Destiny's getting at in that conversation. So it isn't always a slow process, but it is correct that the term should not automatically be applied to every isolated sexual advance. It was about Israel Palestine, but all right.
I don't think Jim Crow was apartheid. Does that mean you're pro Jim Crow? And I was like, no, what the fuck? Or if I think that like a 30-year-old like trying to randomly bang a 15-year-old or 14 or 12-year-old or whatever the fuck, I don't think that's grooming. Oh, so you're okay with them raping the child? No, what the fuck? No, it's not good. A 30-year-old shouldn't be having sex with a 15-year-old. No, but I don't have to call it grooming to have that opinion. Same thing with genocide.
Right?
That's a good clarification for people who are like need to hear him say that or something like that. But it's not, it wasn't crazy what he was getting at based on academic definitions, applications, usages of the term grooming. So.
All right, let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent. And in his...
That court case, dude, when my court case ends, oh man, they're going to be coming for me hard because...
messages to his Discord kitten Rose is coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, I went out and sucked the guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio.
Read
it's really
my
stuffed
porn!
In my pocket. Oh, well,
Yes,
did I ever send
I love
to you?
it!
He has a history of calling 15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife. And
What was the female orbiter I abused? Is this Lav or is this Anna? Jesus Christ.
he also admitted to choking out another one.
That shovel thing was good, LOL. No, that shovel tweet was fucking unhinged. But it was 2016. I was fucking retarded. I don't stand by the tweet at all. That was a crazy tweet.
One of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense. Wife, and he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However,
okay, me and Rachel used to fight. I mean, we did. That was a really rough relationship. But like, nobody is. I'm sure I've said something along the lines like, "Oh yeah, somebody's gonna choke a bitch out or whatever." But like, I'm not legitimately just choking this woman to death. This is not like. But I mean, if that's how you want to cast it, you know, I am Hitler. I am the most evil fucking guy.
However, he claims that this was done in self-defense.
Yeah, that's why every fight was a fight for my survival.
Because you better fucking believe I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally,
like, come on, this is a serious admission of like, yeah, I was like, bro, I weighed 105 pounds when I was dating my kid's mom. I'm not choking out anybody.
Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side.
Yeah, I didn't feel like spending a lot of time on this since it's not the point of the video, but that's a tidy summary. Sexual assault.
Is this the same genocide video we're just watching? Yes. Because remember, the only thing worse than being pro-genocide is being pro-child rape or pro-rapist or whatever, or pedophile or whatever.
Would be the big one. But he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior.
What the fuck?
Non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor. You heard that right, folks. That's not what Destiny's being sued for. That's the thing I'm talking about. That is probably legally actionable if Destiny wanted to pursue it.
Fuck. What?
That's not even why you're being sued, right?
No! What?
Okay. Based. King. Man, this is my Professor Dave the Debunker?
Hear from him. I'll link to that Ryan Beard video and this Substack post if anyone cares to follow up and get more details. I just wanted to briefly make people aware that there is a pattern of predatory behavior that goes along with Destiny's genocide denial.
So because it's a Zionist! Because I'm a Zionist and they all go together. Please, God.
A rich tapestry. Speaking of being a sexual predator who supports Israel, do you think there could be a connection there? After all, Israel is a safe haven for rapists and child molesters. That's a whole separate rabbit hole we won't go down, but this is a very well-documented fact that foreign sex offenders can
very well documented
relocate to Israel and exploit its laws to evade justice, especially Zionist Jews.
Yeah, I did look into that, and that is a serious problem. There are some laws that make it really difficult to extradite and get these abusers charged when they flee to Israel. It is a real problem. They need new legislation to be able to deal with that.
Jews, of course. Maybe that's why he's getting so cozy with Israel. Food for thought. Oh, and did you know that...
Because I want to flee True. Oh, and my kid. Yes. Oh, my son.
Destiny has a son. He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which actually hates Jews. Oh, and did you know that
Nathan,
Destiny has a
get in
son?
here.
I'm so curious how many of these fucking Nathan tweets, but he does tweet unhinged shit, okay? But he's also 15 years old. Damn, what the fuck? Do you want me to tell him to have the exact opposite? Nathan, stop being fucking politically crazy. Listen, he does his own.
Yeah, I think it's very disgusting of Dave to include Destiny's minor son in this. I do.
Okay. I wonder how many tweets we could go through of Nathan if I replaced Jews with Zionist, if he would agree with every single tweet, by the way.
He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which...
Nobody at 15 is a full-blown anything. They're fucking retarded kids that LARP and type a lot of fucking retarded shit on Discord.
Yeah, that's Destiny's getting to a really good point. This is not a person who can give willing, informed consent. They're still in a major development stage with regards to their thinking, their philosophical development, all of these different things that are happening in their development. And it's really unfair for Dave to make a mockery of this child. It's a child, Dave.
Discord and on fucking Twitter. Like, Jesus.
Actually hates Jews and flirts with Holocaust denial. Destiny is such a shit dad that his son rebelled against him by becoming an actual anti-Semite who entertains Holocaust denial. How fucking hilarious is that?
That doesn't even make sense, though. If I'm pro-genocide and pro-Holocaust or whatever, wouldn't he be also pro-genocide and pro-Holocaust? Or is he just like a different version of... It's also like... And it's cringe talking about my kids' political beliefs. But it's also like, I understand that we all like to go as hard as we can for anything. But just like, suck yourself outside of the political world for 2 seconds and just think about that statement. Like, this guy was a horrible fucking parent. It's like, why? You won't fucking believe this. Did you know that his kids, when they were teenagers, they had the exact opposite political beliefs of them? And it's like, holy shit, really? The teenage children had the exact opposite political beliefs of their fucking parent? That's unfucking believable. Holy fuck. Like,
this is a dynamite point by Destiny. Very on point.
Anyway, we can go ahead and wrap things up here. There's no point in trying to summarize everything we went over regarding Israel, but we can say a few last things about people like
rapist, pedophile, Zionist.
This desperate insistence of conflating Zionism and Judaism is a Hasbara tactic. It is a Zionist talking point that is used to deflect from crimes against humanity. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Trying to insulate Zionists from criticism by shouting anti-Semitism is itself anti-Semitism. It is a deflection from the very obvious facts that incriminate Zionists, which reveal who they are and what they're doing, something that any anti-Zionist Jew will gladly tell you. So when someone accuses someone else of being a Nazi simply for opposing what is essentially Nazism, they sound like a moron. So go ahead, Steven. Do your little reaction video to this. Make an even bigger fuss about what a vile Jew-hating neo-Nazi I must be. Dig yourself even deeper into this hole, because what you think you're doing to me, you're doing to yourself. You are exposing yourself.
Fuck! I'm the actual anti-Semite. No!
As a disgusting supporter of genocide, because almost everyone knows what Israel is, and now they will know what you are too. Watch your viewership bleed out until you are left completely alone in your support for the most indefensibly evil people on the face of the earth.
No!
Committing the most vile atrocities being enacted today. Shout into the void about what a progressive liberal person you are for thinking that tens of thousands of children deserve to be slaughtered like animals. It will be a fate entirely of your own doing. So there it is, my Israel video. May the monsoon of hateful comments from brainwashed Zionists commence, just like the brainwashed anti-vaxxers, climate change deniers, and every other delusional troll that infests my channel without having the courage to press play and learn something. I really don't give a shit.
We learned so much, thank you.
The rest of you, I hope there was something informative and useful in here that you can use to help others see the truth about Israel. As always, thanks for watching.
Apparently he's been live commenting on this video the whole time.
Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a scientist.
Where's the last comment? Oh, 1 minute ago. Oh, damn. There's a ton of comments on this. Oh my God. It's the Israeli bot farm. They're coming to our aid. Israel.
Gone, gone.
Gone. Destiny Blackman is subreddit, as well as on X/Twitter, for debunking his nonsense talking point that Palestinians are not indigenous. I simply referenced historical records, genetic studies, and applied simple logic. Not the simple logic. No!
All right, everybody, we actually made it. We got through the main video. That took 3 episodes in about 20 hours to get through all of Dave's video, all the misinformation, some facts, the propaganda. And this took 3 episodes to get through this. And like I said, tomorrow I will be releasing all of the data that's been compiled from all of, I consider this all of our collective work here. And we will do that tomorrow. That will be the topic of the live stream tomorrow. And then I will release in PDF form the all the data and information. People can do with it whatever they want. Thank you guys so much for being with me here late tonight. I wanted to get through this so we could move on to what might be the final stage tomorrow. But I feel like with what's been happening with this video, the kind of shock and awe, there's probably going to be more content to respond to. Sverin says, seriously, great analysis. Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you drop a like on this video before you leave here tonight. I would really appreciate that. It helps expose more people to this process. And I think it's a very healthy process to be promoting out there into the world. So yeah, thanks again for being with me here tonight. Make sure you're out there maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you. And I hope you all sleep very well. We'll see you tomorrow.